Jessup and I'm headed on.
That's 16 months, so I can 13 months, so 10 months left.
All right, today is excuse me, I don't even know what day it is. It's the 16th.
The 18th.
It's November the 18th, Tuesday, November the 18th. We're the Committee on Parole, and we're in Baton Rouge at headquarters. The time is 8:41 in the morning. We're the three that will be serving on the panel. To my left is Chuck Tillis. To my right is Pete Freeman, and my name is Steve Prater. Our first case that we're going to be handling after we introduce the staff here. Staff, would you introduce yourselves, please?
Jasmine Thompson.
Dylan Cavalier.
Carla Williams.
Okay, thank you, and thank you for the job that y'all do. We'll be going to Lafayette Parish Correctional Center and talking to Mr. Eugene Meche first. Is your name Mr. Eugene Meche, if I'm saying that right?
Yes, sir. I state myself, Eugene Allen Meche, sir.
Okay, and what is your DOC number?
322545.
Okay, and do you have a piece of paper in front of you that talks, it's a waiver that says you're ready for this hearing and talks about your rights and that you signed that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you've got that with you. Is there anybody from the staff there at Lafayette Parish in the room with you?
Yes, sir. This is Corporal Joseph.
Okay, thank you for hosting us today. Mr. Meche, your case, you're here for a revocation case. And we divide these up. We're all familiar with them, all three of us. But one is the principal interrogator. And on your particular case, Mr. Pete Freeman is. So I'm going to turn it directly over to Mr. Freeman to get to the bottom of what the allegations are and about the case. So, Mr. Freeman?
Okay, Mr. Mesh, first off, did you sign your parole questionnaire?
Yes, sir.
Okay, do you realize you're not right, you can't, you're not eligible for appointed counsel. Do you wish to proceed or hire your own counsel?
Proceed, sir.
Okay, so what I'm gonna do, Mr. Mesh, I'm gonna read out each violation and we'll go over them individually, okay? You can plead guilty, not guilty, with or without a statement. And we're gonna go over each one and I want you to, we're gonna do the whole thing at one time. We're not gonna come back after I'm finished. So we're gonna get finished with the whole violation before we move on.
Okay.
All right, first off, they charged you with violating condition number 2. I will submit a monthly report by the 5th of every month until I complete my supervision. I will also report to my parole officer in order to do so. It is alleged the offender failed to make monthly contact with his supervising officer. The last contact he made with his officer was doing a personal field contact at his sister's residence on 2/27/25. Since that date, no other person contact to be made. Therefore, a warrant was issued for your arrest. At the preliminary hearing, you pled guilty to this. Is your plea still the same?
Yes, sir.
And I see that you said you are having trouble with a ride.
Well, yeah, I went
Your
to the
sister's vehicle was stolen, right?
Yeah, it was stolen in my transmission. Yeah, I worked offshore. Anyway, I went there after to the parole board, but she wasn't there. I was calling to my parole officer. She came. She told me it was Miss Sarah. It was the wrong officer. But I was trying to contact her. I have a nerve damage in my back, sir, from working. I work offshore on the boats and a lot of therapy. That's why I wasn't around my residence. But
Okay, all right. Let's move on. That's, we're gonna get to the meaty violation soon. That okay? I will live at the address on this certificate. If I must move from this address, I will get permission from parole officer for doing so. In addition, I will not leave the state of Louisiana without written permission. It is alleged that the offender reported he was residing at 1030 Flow Street, Bro Bridge. When contact was attempted with him at this residence, officers were advised by the homeowner that he no longer resided at this residence. The offender failed to report the change of address. How do you plead to that charge?
guilty, sir.
Okay,
I really hadn't moved at that time.
okay, where you had moved, where you moved to?
No, I was still at my sister's. I went and helped him out, but I was gonna go there. Old friend, his house had burnt, but still was at my same address. No.
All right, okay, number 4, I will not engage in any criminal activity, nor will I associate with persons who are known to be involved in criminal activity. I will avoid bars and casinos. I will refrain from the illegal use of drugs or alcohol. It is alleged that the offender engaged in criminal activity on or about June 1st, 2025, when he committed the offense of theft, $100, but less than $200 on August 1st, 2025. City court issued a failure to appear warrant because he did not show up for arraignment. The offender was arrested this outstanding warrant on September 27, 2025. This charge is pending in city court. How do you plead to that charge?
Guilty, sir. I've served the time for the charge.
Okay, tell me what you did. Let's talk about that
What
one.
happened was I was at Ross's. The guy was with me. He put things in my basket when I purchased, and it was over. So I got charged, also him with a ticket. Then I lost the ticket. Yeah. So I didn't make it to the clerk of court like my traffic ticket. They backed up. I did the time for that two together, sir.
Okay.
But it was wrong.
You get credit for time served on the charge?
Yeah, I'm done. I don't
Had
have,
too many groceries in your basket.
sir.
You had a little bit too much groceries. You were trying to get away with it.
Yes,
quick.
sir, that's
Okay.
what. Yeah.
Yeah.
Nonsense.
All right. I will work at a job approved by my parole officer. If I become unemployed, I will immediately report this to my parole officer. It is alleged that the last time the offender reported on August 24th. Since then, he has failed to gain employment or failed to provide proof of employment. Mr. Meche admitted to the violation. He explained that he has nerve damage in his back, which has hindered his ability to find employment. He mentioned that doctors have warned him this condition could lead to paralysis. When asked if he had applied for disability benefit, he said he has not. Okay, so you lost your job due to an injury?
Well, I had to take a leave. I've been with the company as, I'm an engineer and deckhand for 18 years. Yeah, after the surgery, well, I'm supposed to be scheduled for a surgery December 18th. But anyway, yeah, I couldn't, the damage him, did a lot of therapy, like 5 days a week, and they didn't want me to pick up on nothing heavy at my doctor.
What
You know,
kind of money were you living off of when you was out of work?
go and help my brother do some crawfishing. I'm a commercial fisherman too, to help him out once in a while.
Okay.
Uh,
All right, condition number 9, I agreed to visits at my rest, pretty much the same thing. You know, it's just basically they couldn't visit you because they didn't know where you were. So the same plea and same reason.
yes, sir.
And then number 10 is about the money. I saw where you used to give plasma to pay your fees, huh?
Yeah, I gave a little bit of that.
That's what I used to do in college. I used to go give plasma so I could go out on Thursday night.
Yes, sir. I do it. My mother died with lung cancer. We had prostate pretty bad in the family. But yeah, I'm glad to help, you know. That I'll,
So you're $819 behind, but you have made efforts to pay us, which you.
oh yeah.
I'm getting. Yes.
Yeah, I would clear it out as soon as, I want to clear it out, you know, I always pay it, I work offshore, my sister, that she would pay it online. But I respect, you know, the parole, all of my past, you know.
What offender class are you, Mr. Meche?
Sir?
What offender class are you? First, second, third?
Great.
You offend the class.
It's, I think it's like third or fourth.
Let's see.
It's really all misdemeanors. I got this old charge I did 19 months in the parish, knocking on the door, they give me a felony for that. My fuel pump was out on a blazer back
Right.
then. So I went to reentry. I
You're
took
a felony offender, so you've been on supervision before, haven't you?
oh, yes, sir. Yeah. And
You realize you need to be doing all of the things you wasn't doing.
that's right, sir.
And how long have you been in jail, Mr. Meche?
55 days, I believe now, sir.
Okay, and where will you live if you get out?
My sister's, the same address. Cecilia, 1090.
Okay.
Drive, bro.
I know you tested positive back in 2023. You get any treatment for that?
The what, sir? I can't.
It looks like I saw where you tested positive in June of 2023. Do you need alcohol treatment? Do you need drug treatment?
No, sir. No, I'm against, I quit smoking cigarettes 18, pot at 23, and I'm against street drugs. I don't believe in, I sure don't, sir, but alcohol occasionally, you know, I would drink. But I'm totally against drugs, sir. I'm completely honest with you.
I know you're being very honest.
Yes, sir.
Unusual.
That's that.
Okay. So you got a place to stay, but do you have a job?
I'm gonna,
Still injured, so I'm sure they're not gonna take you back right now.
no, but as soon I'm gonna retire at 62, I'll turn in my retirement. But I'm gonna go back to the company if they got after the surgery.
Okay,
Yeah.
and how old are you now?
I'm 61, I'll be 62 in May. And I can still work 3 to 4 years, over my retirement.
I got you, I got you.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna go back. I missed the Gulf of Mexico.
Yeah. Okay, I don't have any more questions.
Was this plea on number 6 guilty?
He pled guilty to everything
Okay.
with reasons. He didn't.
I don't have any questions.
Mr.
Um,
I know.
when was the last time you were arrested for theft? What was the date on that?
Uh, back in, I'd say, but.
June 1st, 2025.
Okay. And
Back
you,
ready for time served.
you got a history of stealing, don't you? Isn't that mainly what your history is?
Yeah, but the good Lord knows I'm too old to be doing something like that, sir. Yeah, I was stealing, but and it's like I said, all mine. I was charged with things like bringing my nephew to get tools, and I got charged with him with this with the chainsaw and a gas can of gas the time before this last charge of knocking on the door for help. Yeah,
That's all I got.
yeah, I mean it's total disrespect. It wasn't raised like that.
Yes. Well, I think it's time. Is there any no more questions? Okay, well, I think it's time to vote. Mr. Freeman, would you tell us what you think to be best course for this gentleman?
Yes, sir. Okay, Mr. Mesh. You're not doing just right. I can tell you that much.
That's right, sir.
You're putting a lot of work on your probation officer that shouldn't be there. But you've been in jail 55 days. It was a misdemeanor theft charge. It was groceries. Tell you what I'm gonna do with you. I am gonna put you on electronic monitoring. Okay, and you will have a curfew from 9 p.m. to 6 a.m. You are not to violate that curfew without calling your officer. If you get a job offshore, you call them when you go.
Yes, sir. Oh yeah.
Okay?
I will.
I'm telling you, this will be your last break from me, but you've been honest. You're getting to that age where I'm hoping you're getting out all of this stuff. So my point today is do not revoke and add special condition of electronic monitoring with a curfew and random drug screens.
Okay. That's fine.
Mr. Freeman.
Okay. Mr. Tillis concurs with Mr. Freeman. And so it takes 2 votes on a revocation. So you're gonna get your 2 votes, but I was gonna vote to revoke you because I don't think that you, I think you got, until you can prove that you're not gonna steal. I think that's what your basic problem is. I think you think everybody else's stuff is your stuff, and it ain't so. And so, anyway, but you have carried the day. So as of today, you are going to have to abide by the conditions that were just explained. And you are not going to be revoked. You're going to be free to leave there with those conditions.
And since we added those conditions, it ain't gonna take many curfew violations to get you in trouble. So you better stay on top of things.
Right. That's right.
Okay, it's 8:56 in the morning, end of the hearing.
I respect this, sir. I got one more.
Good morning, Mr. Courtney. Let's see, Courtney Savory, is that right? Am I saying that right?
Yes, sir. Good morning.
Okay, and you're at Lafayette Parish Correctional Center, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, anybody in the staff there with you?
Corporal Joseph,
Okay, thank you, Corporal, again for hosting us. We appreciate that. This is the Committee on Parole, and we're here to talk about your revocation hearing this morning. We have already introduced ourselves, and you're our second case for today, but the time for purposes of the record is 9:08. To my left is Chuck Hillis. To my right is Pete Freeman. My name is Steve Prater. The staff here has introduced themselves, and like I say, we're in Baton Rouge, and we're going to be talking to you about your revocation. Would you tell us your name, full name, and your DOC number?
Courtney Paul Salva 424060.
Okay, and do you have a revocation waiver form in front of you?
Yes, sir, I do.
And did you sign that? It talks about your attorney and that you can get one if you can afford it, but if you're not eligible to be appointed one. Is that what that says?
Yes, sir.
And you signed all of the appropriate places there. Okay, well, your case today is assigned to Mr. Pete Freeman to my right. And although all three of us are very familiar with your case, we've read all the documentation, well, he's going to be the lead interviewer. And so he's going to start. So Mr. Freeman, it's all up to you.
Okay, what we're gonna do here, Courtney, is I'm gonna read each violation and you plead guilty or not guilty with or without a statement.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so we're gonna go through each one and complete each one. Okay,
Yes.
so we're gonna take it all at one time instead of coming back. Okay, so you're charged with violating condition number 2. I will submit a monthly report by the 5th of every month until I complete my supervision. I will also report to my parole officer in order to do so. Upon your release from Lafayette Parish Correctional Center following your first technical revocation on 3/28/25, you instructed on 3/31/25 to report to the Lafayette District Office on 4/16/25 by 12 p.m. and to report every other week, twice monthly until told otherwise. You failed to report as instructed. On 4/23/25, you were instructed to report to Lafayette District Office on 4/30/25. You failed to report and never reported or made an effort to contact your officer, resulting in parole warrant due to absconding supervision. How do you plead to that charge?
Guilty. I went seen her a couple times, but I relapsed. And she had asked me to enter into voluntary treatment. And I mean, it's a hard thing for someone to do when they're battling addiction, especially when they're using at the time.
Okay.
I did 18 and a half years in prison, got out, made parole in 2021. I haven't fallen back on any, criminal activity to support myself, but I've been battling an addiction that I obtained as a byproduct of my incarceration. I never understood how hard
Have you ever been to a DOC treatment facility?
Such as
Blue Walters, Steve Hoyle?
No, sir, I haven't even been to the 28-day inpatient program. I've done some treatment programs while I was incarcerated, but that's a whole different.
Right, I know that. It's just a class. Right.
Yeah, well, I mean, I actually lived in a dorm that was for it, but it's different because you're totally submerged with people that are still, getting high. It's not.
Right. I got you. Okay. Condition number 4, I will not engage in any criminal activity, nor will I associate with people who are known to be involved in criminal activity. I will avoid bars and casinos. I will refrain from the illegal use of drugs, alcohol. Of course, you had the first technical for testing positive, and you also tested positive after that. How do you plead to that charge?
Guilty.
Yes. Okay. And you also had a drug paraphernalia charge, which you didn't show up for pre-trial.
Yes, that was part of the technical violation.
Yeah, I know, I'm reading.
Yeah, the pretrial was, I mean, the paperwork was here in the jail. When I got out, I was under the impression that the pretrial was in December. I mean, I wouldn't have intentionally skipped a court date knowing that it would have issued a warrant.
Okay,
It was my responsibility.
yes, sir. Condition number 6, I will work at a job approved by my parole officer. If I become unemployed, I will immediately report this to my parole officer. You failed to obtain employment or report any documentation showing you were looking for employment as instructed by your officer. How you plead to that?
I was guilty. I mean, I was doing little odd jobs here and there, you know, to support myself, but without being able to pass a drug test and with, you know, the probation parole over my head, it's kind of hard.
All right, it looks like everything leads back to that bad drug habit, huh?
Yeah, I mean, I'm working on it. It's been 4 years and it's tough. I mean, this is,
I understand. We see a lot of people with this problem, and it's not an easy one to shake. Matter of fact, you never shake it, but it's not an easy one to control.
I mean,
On 4/17/25, you were instructed to report on 4/21/25 at 8 a.m. To the Acadiana Safety Solution for Drug Screen. By the end of the year, you failed to do so. You failed to report for this drug screen despite the officer's attempts to remind you of the appointment. How you plead to that charge?
not guilty. That was something discretionary on my part. If I wanted to contest the drug screen, that wasn't, we take drug screens at the district office.
I know, and then if you want to contest it, you can go get one of your own.
Yeah, and that's what that was. I tested positive and I chose not to contest it and took the reprimand she gave me.
And you also chose, once again, it's the same thing as you stated before about the inpatient treatment. You didn't go.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you didn't pay any fees. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. I
Have
mean,
you ever worked since you've been out?
sir.
Have you worked since you've been out?
Yes, I was working at McDonald's when I first got out, and then I started making deliveries for like one of them like places like DoorDash. But
Right.
when my vehicle got wrecked, I mean, it was after that, it was just trying to find a job. And my brother has offered me a job, but I wasn't able to pass a drug test. He said the offer's still there if I could pass it. I'm 92 days clean and sober now, which actually predates my arrest. But I planned on going to inpatient treatment. I have a hearing Friday to try to get into the drug court program here. And,
drug court is great.
28
And
days.
if I knew for sure you were getting into it, well, I would be considering that, but we're not positive you're getting into that. I have
I'm actually
I have a recommendation when it's my time to vote.
Questions?
I'm clear.
Okay, I'm gonna do away with your, right now, I'm not saying the excuses, but I'm gonna do away with your reasoning. I am gonna order you to a DOC inpatient drug treatment facility in lieu of revocation. Upon completion, you will be released and you are to follow all conditions of that release.
Yes, sir.
Okay? And the first thing you do is you get in touch with your probation officer when you get out. Tell them where you're living and tell them what's going on. That they'll decide how long the treatment will go for. In my opinion, I think you need the 9-month treatment, but we'll see. Okay? So that's my vote today. Do not revoke, but add, but contingent on you completing the a DOC program.
I concur with Mr. Freeman.
Okay, and I concur also, and for purposes of the record, you pled guilty to 2, 4, 6, and 10, and not 8, and we found the same, we found guilty on all.
Right.
Okay, and we found guilty on all, and my vote will be the same. So what you're gonna happen now is, in lieu of revocation, you're gonna be sent to a DLC in-house treatment. That's gonna be our recommendation.
Yes. Good luck to you, man.
Okay.
Sit on the first row.
Can I ask a question?
Real quick.
Real quick.
If I go to this hearing Friday in drug court, I'm actually in drug court. If they decide to allow me to stay in it, would their treatment be?
No,
No, sir.
no. I want you in DOC inpatient treatment. I don't want it to
But they
be
would
where
send me. They
not
would
have
send
a
me
ride
to
or nothing.
They would send me to
Sir?
the program. I was just wondering if the one they send me to would also qualify.
No, nope. You're going to DOC inpatient.
All right.
Go to that,
And how long have you been sober now?
90 days.
96 days.
Okay, well, congratulations. This is gonna make you continue that path. So the time is 9:18. End of the hearing. Thank you.
I'm glad I didn't get her vote. This
on this. No, I don't. Mute. Ma'am, this is Kim Hatton again. We're trying
Hello?
Okay, good morning. The time is 9:27 in the morning. The date is November the 18th of 2025. We're in Baton Rouge at headquarters. We've already introduced ourselves, and you can see from our name tags who we are here. We're going to be handling a case at LCIW. The case is about Brenda Thornton, who is requesting to be paroled at this particular time. And so we'll go to LCIW. And Miss Brenda Thornton, would you introduce yourself and give us your DLC number?
Yes, sir. Brenda Thornton, number 121327.
Okay, thank you. And Warden, we appreciate you hosting us. Would you introduce your staff there that's with us?
Yes, sir. Kristen Thomas, Warden.
Captain Asha Harris, security.
And we have Miss Thornton's attorney with us in here.
Okay, all right. Where's Miss Thornton's attorney? Okay, there you are. Okay, would you introduce yourself, please?
Yes, good morning. My name is Hannah Rose Grodell. I'm Miss Brenda Thornton's attorney, and I'm with the Louisiana Parole Project.
Okay, thank you. We appreciate you being there and the work that y'all do. Warden, just as a note of information, I noticed the last time we were there, the camera is really out of focus. We can barely identify who's speaking. So you might look at that when you.
Yes, sir.
We're offline sometime. We can conduct a hearing and that's fine, but might check on that.
Okay.
Okay, Miss Brenda Thornton, today is going to be your day because you've requested this. We want to know what you did to get you there. We've got all the reports and everything, and we've all read those, all three of us, and I'll be doing the questioning later on. But we want to hear from you what you've done and what what got you there, what you've done since you've been there, why you think you're deserving of an early release. And then we'll go to the warden and ask the warden exactly what all your conduct has been while you've been institutionalized. Then we'll move on to your supporters. I'll introduce them in a little bit, and then those in opposition, and we'll introduce those. So to begin with, Brenda, today is your day. Go ahead and tell us what got you there and why you think you're deserving of an early out.
Yes, sir. I would like to thank the board first and foremost for allowing me to be able the opportunity to speak today. I would also like to acknowledge that I did not speak as openly as I should have previously. I have always felt responsible for the death of Johnny Thornton, but now I understand the extent of my responsibility. Before I speak about my selfish and harmful choices, I would like to apologize to my son, John Derrick, and to the Smith family of Renee, Billy Wayne, Jason, Greg, and Alicia. No words can ever truly express my deep remorse and sorrow for the pain, the heartache, and the continued loss that I have caused you. I know your hearts are torn forever by Johnny's death, and I also know that you feel his loss daily, and especially and certainly on days like today. I truly regret the pain and the suffering that I have caused you by Johnny's death and my continued silence since then. I am here today because I am responsible for the death of Johnny Thornton. Johnny was suffering from a previous back injury that led to a recent hospital stay. Instead of working on our marriage, I selfishly and wrongfully began an extramarital affair that subjected Johnny to the anger, the jealousy, and threats of a very volatile and violent man that I invited into our lives. Dennis and I had had multiple conversations, and when he began to make threats against Johnny, though I did not agree, I did not notify the police or family members about the threats, though I had multiple opportunities to do so. When Dennis said he was coming over that night, I knew that he meant harm to Johnny, and even though my 3-year-old son was at home with me, again, I did not call or notify anyone for help. When Dennis hit Johnny with the bat, while John Derrick and I were in the house, I did not call for help again. My silence allowed Dennis to brutally murder Johnny and forced my son to witness the cruel and violent attack on his father. My choices forced my son to live a life of pain, fear, and suffering. And I am so very sorry that I caused him that devastating loss of his father and so much more. I did not stop the attack before or during it. And even though I knew Johnny was seriously injured, I did not call law enforcement, nor did I notify any family. I chose to make misleading phone calls and to destroy the evidence. I have not been forthcoming about my role in Johnny's murder until now, and I chose the weapon of silence and fear. Because of my silence, Johnny was brutally murdered, and John Derrick was forced to witness. There are no excuses for my failures. I failed to end the affair. I failed to stop Dennis from coming over. I failed to call law enforcement. I failed to notify my family. I failed as a wife. And I most certainly failed as a mother to keep my son safe. Because of my failures, Johnny lost his life. John Derrick lost his father. And the Smith family lost a brother, an uncle, and their loved one. Over the last 37 and a half years, I have confronted my failures and my shortcomings through a commitment of learning, of faith, and service to others. Through classes like Life Healing Choices and Thinking for a Change, I have addressed the selfish, fearful, and harmful actions of my past. And I have learned the tools needed to be a positive member of my community. In my roles as reentry court mentor and peer minister, I have been able to successfully implement those tools. I now understand that every word that is spoken or not spoken has consequences, and they influence those that are around me. I have learned to give and to not take. I have learned to heal and not harm. And I have learned to speak up when something is wrong, no matter the circumstances. I understand that there are no words, there's no actions, and there is no amount of change that can erase the painful loss that I have caused my son, John Derrick, the Smith family, other generations that follow. And this guilt, regret, and shame will be with me for the rest of my life. Today, I humbly ask the board to please grant my petition of parole to continue my decades of growth and service outside of prison. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for those words, and we'll get around to you and ask some questions in a little bit. We'd like to hear now from the warden. Would you tell us a little bit about her behavior and accomplishments and disciplines while she's been there?
Yes, sir. Ms. Thornton is one of our minimum security inmates. As she mentioned, she lives in one of our dorms mentoring. She has an excellent disciplinary record. Her last disciplinary write-up was in 2002. She's completed various programs, probably all of them. And she is an NOBTS graduate, which I know she's very proud of. And she does continue to mentor and offer peer support to the ladies that live here at LCIW. So like I said, we have zero issues with her. She's been a minimum security inmate for a long time. I know if she does get a favorable grant vote today, that she's working with the Parole Project for release plans and transition plans, which I know Mr. Blake will probably go into a little bit more detail on.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you for that. And we will we'll go ahead now and talk to let's go ahead before we get to the Parole Project and Miss Grable. Is that what I'm saying? Am I saying that right?
Miss Grodell.
Grobel. Okay, Miss Grobel. Okay, I'll probably say it wrong in just a minute again, so I apologize. It's not intentional. We'll save you to last and let you wrap up at the end of the supporters. And so let's go ahead and talk to the DOC chaplain, Miss Deborah Sharkey. Is Mr. Sharkey there? Oh, there you are. Okay. Yes, ma'am. Would you go ahead and tell us what you have to say then?
Yes, thank you. Can I stand here?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to speak on behalf of Ms. Brenda Thornton. My name is Dr. Deborah Sharkey. I serve as the Director of Chaplaincy Services for the Louisiana Department of Public Safety and Corrections. And I also direct the NOBTS Seminary Extension Center at the Louisiana Correctional Institute for Women. Because of that role, I still return to LCIW regularly and stay closely connected to our peer ministers there. Before working at headquarters, I served as the chaplain at LCIW for more than 11 years. In total, I have known Brenda Thornton for over 15 years. When I first met Brenda, she was a student in our seminary program. She shared with me on numerous occasions that when she first entered prison, she was insecure, frightened, and selfish. But that is not the woman that I encountered. From the beginning, I saw someone who was quiet, patient, respectful, and steadily developing into a strong and confident leader. As a student, Brenda excelled academically and stood at the top of her class. I often watched her tutor and encourage women who struggled academically. She was never required to do that. She chose to do it because she genuinely cares about others and their success. After receiving her bachelor's degree, Brenda stepped up into key leadership roles. She became a peer minister, a reentry court mentor, and a trauma healing facilitator. In her role as a peer minister, Brenda conducts dorm rounds, performs memorial services, graveside services. Like the warden said, she has minimum custody status, so it's very few people that are able to go to the graveside to perform those services as inmates. And Brenda also facilitates CTRP classes. She does lay counseling and grief counseling. She strictly follows institutional policies and chapel procedures, particularly with confidentiality. Brenda consistently goes above and beyond what is required. She notices needs and takes initiative. She has excellent people skills and she is calm under stress, patient in conflict, and often serves as a peacemaker. Another role that Brenda served in was to go and to be an orderly when some of our women were incarcerated at LSP. That was a very trusted position as well, and one that was very difficult. And Brenda volunteered to do that. So I've watched Brenda help people in difficult moments. And after the flood, when Brenda was incarcerated at Hunt with some of our women, she stepped up and became the chapel liaison and the chapel support for every one of our programs, faith-based programs that was at Hunt. And again, she gave up a lot of nights of sleep and sacrificed a lot, was not paid to do that. And that was something that she volunteered to do because she felt a call to serve Christ by serving others. But even before Brenda became a peer minister, she faithfully served for many years in the chapel vestry, preparing for our services across multiple faith traditions, Catholic, Protestant, Episcopal, and Jewish. She coordinated our chapel events, both religious and non-religious. Because I continue to oversee the Seminary Extension Center at LCIW, I still see Brenda regularly. I've watched her continued growth, maturity, and stability. The woman she is today has been shaped by years of consistent, faithful service and personal transformation. In all the years I've known her, Brenda has demonstrated integrity, accountability, compassion, and leadership. And I thank you again for the opportunity to speak on her behalf today. I'm honored to do so.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Sharkey, for those words. We'll take them into consideration. Mr. Randy Clement.
Yep, not Clement. My name is Randy Clement. I'm a permanent deacon in the Catholic Church, and I was a volunteer chaplain at LCIW for many years. I am here to support Ms. Thornton's request for parole. This lady, Brenda, that I can see on the screen back of me, has been more of a minister to me than I was a minister to her. I have lost multiple family members in gun violence, including my uncle, a priest, my niece, and my nephew, a sheriff deputy, who was killed in a drug bust that went awry. I was upset and didn't even want to go back to the prison, knowing that I may go and help people that killed my uncle. But I went. And Brenda actually supported me and loved me through my anger times and showed me that there's another side of life. She helped me on my journey for forgiveness, where I got to meet the young man in the prison serving time for killing my nephew. I can truly say that I am a better person knowing her. I didn't know her at the time of this incident. All those years ago, I didn't even know she existed. I had never heard her story. But now I have had the pleasure of knowing her for the 25 years that I've been working at LCIW. And I can truly say that this woman will better serve our society if granted a parole, so that she can serve people in the public as she did with me and those in prison now. I'm kind of selfish though, but I hate to see her leave LCI because she's such a valuable part of my life. She's been like a family to me. But in my opinion, it would be a huge loss to society for her to have to remain in prison. She is not the person she once was. I am here today to guarantee this board that Mrs. Thornton has gone to be a remarkable lady and has helped us, a lot of us, including myself. I'm confident she will be only, and confident we will only continue to pour herself into helping others if she is granted relief. Thanks for listening to me, and I'm honored to be to talk about it.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for those words, and we appreciate and we'll take those into consideration. Next, we'll go to Mr. Channing Blake with Louisiana Parole Project. Mr. Blake, would you tell us what you got on your mind?
Yes, sir. Good morning to this honorable board. Channing Blake with Louisiana Parole Project on behalf of Ms. Brenda Thornton. Because of the programming and the classes she's taken, she's been 20 plus years right up free. Her trustee status and her time served, we've accepted her into our program. We're going to offer her reentry services that include transitional housing, social norms, consumer skills, and many more. She will also be given a reentry specialist that'll mentor her through the reentry process. So based upon her record and rehabilitation, we ask that you grant her parole today. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Blake. Appreciate that. And now we'll move on to Miss Hannah, Miss Grobel. Yeah, I don't know if I say that right.
We're gonna get there. My name's Hannah Rose. You can call me Hannah Rose. That might be easier.
Yes, ma'am. That might be me.
I'm Hannah Rose.
Thank you, ma'am. Tell us what's on your mind, please.
Yes, first I want to start by expressing our deepest condolences to the family of Johnny Thornton. Their loss is immeasurable, and the pain that they have had to carry both over the last 38 years and in returning here today is profound. We honor their suffering, and we recognize the impact of this tragedy on everyone who loved Johnny. The fearful 24-year-old Brenda Thornton at the time of this senseless murder is not the same wise 63-year-old woman before you today. Miss Thornton now fully understands her role and responsibility and has spoken openly about her failures on the day Johnny died and her failures in the days and years surrounding it. What she did not share, out of humility and respect for the gravity of this hearing, is that she had been abused all her life until meeting Johnny. Her lived experience taught her that submission and silence were necessary for survival, and I do not offer this to excuse or justify her actions, but to provide context for understanding who young Brenda was all those years ago and how fear, trauma, and learned helplessness shaped her poor decision-making. While she neither committed an act of physical violence nor asked Dennis Moss to do so, Ms. Thornton has always felt deeply responsible for Johnny's death. She cooperated with law enforcement and accepted a plea agreement because she understood her failures and her choices contributed to his murder. Since that time, Ms. Thornton has spent nearly 38 years in prison, demonstrating an unwavering commitment to growth and service. For more than 3 decades, she has served as a Class A trustee, maintaining an exemplary disciplinary record without a single write-up in almost 25 years, reflecting far more than institutional compliance. This reflects genuine transformation. Ms. Thornton has become one of the most trusted and relied upon mentors within the institution. She teaches courses like trauma healing and thinking for a change, programs that are centered on emotional regulation, accountability, and healing. She also teaches good time classes, including Life of a Single Mom and the Onesimus Project. Since her last hearing, she's taken Sister's Keeper on domestic violence and Celebrate Recovery to continue her rehabilitation. As a reentry court mentor, peer minister, and lay counselor for the entire compound, she is entrusted with preparing other women for release, guiding them through crises, and modeling the self-discipline and morality needed for success. The institution depends on her to uphold the highest standard of conduct and to help others cultivate those same standards. Now, Ms. Thornton is a woman who knows and does better and is relied upon by the department to steer others in the right direction. Stephanie King, one of Ms. Thornton's supporters, who has successfully transitioned home from LCIW and now works in the Baton Rouge Public Defender's Office, wrote in her letter, "Brenda Thornton cares deeply about people and has no problem putting others before herself. When I first arrived at LCIW, she supported me and helped me navigate difficult times. I grew so close to her, I often called her mom." I am here to assure this board that Ms. Thornton presents no threat to public safety. She has long since aged out of any risk of reoffending. She has become a model of stability, integrity, and service. When this board recommended her for clemency in 2018, the warden remarked, "She is just focused on always helping others." And while no amount of rehabilitation can undo the harm of her past, the Brenda Thornton of today is prepared to re-enter society, not as the passive and immature young woman she once was, but as the humble, spiritually grounded elder, teacher, mentor, and servant she has spent decades becoming. We want to thank you for your time, your attention, and your thoughtful consideration of Ms. Thornton's request to complete the remainder of her sentence on parole.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for those words, and we'll take them into consideration also for purposes of the record and so that Miss Brenda Thornton will know who all is here. Those that are here at headquarters but not speaking are Stephanie King, Beatrice Taylor, Susan Brown, Sabrina Monaco, probably wrong. Monaco, and Jan Waters. They are here in support, but not speaking, just so you will know that. We'll move on now to folks that are on Zoom, and this is those in opposition of this request. And we've got Brenda Renee Smith, John Smith, and Kimberly Hatton. So we'll first go to the victim's sister, Miss Brenda Smith. Miss Smith, are you on Zoom with us?
Yes, I'm on Zoom. Do you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. I am in opposition. There is only half-truths that are told here today. And for that reason, I am in total opposition. For what she told, she made it sound like that Dennis Moss was totally in fault and she was only playing along but she totally planned out the murder of Johnny Thornton. She took out a large life insurance policy on him, and they planned his murder together. So she is totally at fault. And she did not tell that portion of the story. And I do not feel that she should be released. And she had a decision she could have made, and it come to that crossroad. And my brother is no longer here with us, and he cannot stand up for himself, so I am standing up for him. And I am totally against it and will always be against her release. And if my words have any bearing here today, I ask you, please do not release her and let the official court decision stand as it was on the day of the hearing back in 1988, as Judge Strong ruled in that decision.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Thank you for those words, and we'll take those into consideration also. Let's move to those that are with Ms. Smith. Kimberly Hatton, if I'm saying that right.
You are.
Okay.
Thank
would
you for
tell
allowing,
us-
thank you for allowing me to speak.
Yes, ma'am.
And I can't even fathom her wanting to get out. She held her 3-year-old on her hip. She watched. She had time. She knew Dennis Moss stopped in Faraday, Louisiana and bought the ball bat, the machete, whatever. This was planned. She's up there telling lies. Brenda, come clean. If you have done all of these deeds down there, that's where you need to be because you're not telling these people the truth. You are not, God knows what
Pat?
you did. Yes?
Speak to the
Talk to
board,
us,
please,
please.
ma'am.
Yes.
Speak to
Can
the
you hear?
board and not her.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Brenda planned it. She took out this big life insurance policy. She knew Dennis was going to stop and buy the ball bat, the machete. She stood there and watched them hit him over the head with it, stab him. She sat there and watched them drag him to his own truck and haul him off, and he was still alive when he was found. She then dug up the blood off of the ground and put it in a flower pot and covered the flower pot up with dirt to look like she planted flowers. She had all of this planned for money. And for Dennis Moss, for her boyfriend. Johnny had to drag himself, slide his feet to even go out there. And she told Dennis Moss that Johnny was trying to sell his welding truck or his whatever. She told him when to come and what to ask for. He was fixing to have back surgery. He slid his feet out to get out there to show him what he had for sale, and that's when they killed him. They stabbed him and hit him over the head with a ball bat. And she's going to sit down there and say that she didn't know. I mean, I cannot even imagine. She's lying to God. God knows what she did. Why would she want to uproot this child's life now? After he's gone on with his life, he's got a precious baby. He's got a precious wife. And why would you even want to come put that on him? He's gone on. Let him live his life. Don't come back and don't tell somebody that you will not try to enter his life again, because yes, you will. You've planned all of this. I'm proud of what you've done down there. I mean, it sounds like you've done what is expected of you or what you should do, but stay there. That's where you need to be. You have got a good life, obviously, there. Stay there. Don't uproot this child. Don't bring him. Don't
Miss Hatton,
don't mess up his life.
Miss Hatton,
I'm
please.
sorry. I'm just.
No.
I'm sorry.
Yes, ma'am. We appreciate
Okay.
your comments, and we will keep consideration, take them also. Now, finally, on behalf of those in opposition, we'll talk to Mr. John Smith, who's the victim's son. Mr. Smith?
Sir, John Thornton Smith. I don't believe she needs to be released from prison. She just said everything to y'all. She knew exactly what was happening. She knew she had time to do something, to call the authorities, to stop it, but she didn't. She made that choice, and I was there the whole time. And you know, I don't think she should be released from prison. I really think she should be there, still stay there.
Okay.
And,
Go ahead. I didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead.
that's about all I got to say. I really don't think she needs to be released. That's how I feel. That's how I feel, sir. I don't think she needs to be released. She knew the whole thing.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Smith. We appreciate you coming on, and we'll take that into consideration also. I'm sorry to all three of you for your loss. I know you hurt a lot and continue to hurt. Okay, well, we'll move in now, Miss Brenda. We'll move in now to asking questions a little bit, and all three of us are very familiar with your case. We've read hundreds of pages of hearings and the trial and police reports and commutation of sentence. And it's up to me to ask the questions. Case was assigned to me. Your good time date is in 2036, correct? Is that the time?
Yes, sir, I believe so.
Okay, so you'll be released in July of 2036 if things go right because of the law. You were You pled guilty to first-degree murder and received a life sentence in 1988. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then you came before not this board, but you came before the pardon board and asked them to commute your sentence to 99 years with immediate eligibility for parole. And that was signed by the governor in August of 2023. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and that's why we're here. We've heard the details of the crime, and I don't really need to go over a lot of that. It's apparent that, and correct me if I'm wrong, you knew exactly what was going to transpire and allowed it to transpire as planned. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I want you to know that all law enforcement and the victims, of course, you've heard the victim statements, but all law enforcement is very opposed for this particular effort of you to get your parole. I don't really have any other questions. I'm very familiar with the case and statements and victim opposition and from all of the chaplain testimony and parole project. So I don't really have any other questions.
I just got a couple, Mr. Prater.
Yes.
Brenda, where's your family? I mean, I see all these people here, but none of them say brother, sister, cousin, anything. I mean,
The majority of my family, Mr. Freeman, is deceased. They were older and in poor health. The few remaining people that I have, they are also in their upper 80s, late 70s and upper 80s, which is my mother's two sisters that are there. And one is out of state and the other one is in a dementia assisted living area.
did they ever come visit you? Were they on your visiting list at one time?
No, sir.
Okay. And tell me about this insurance policy. That one caught me off guard, and I was on your case before.
Yes,
So
sir.
did you purchase an insurance policy on him?
I did not take out the insurance policy. My husband took out the insurance policy, and there was no payments ever made on it.
Okay. That's the questions I had.
Did you encourage him to take it out?
No, sir. He did because he was going to be reassigned offshore. He worked offshore and he wanted his liability to increase in case something happened to him for his son and myself.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes,
Thank
sir.
I'd like to go into executive session.
Okay, we have a motion to go into executive session. Do we have a second? Okay, got a motion and a second to go into executive session. Hearing no opposition, we'll be in executive session. The time is 10:02. We'll be gone into executive session in the back room for just a couple of minutes. It won't take long. Then we'll come right back and we will take a vote and then announce our decision. So we've got some matters to discuss All right, the time is 10:08 in the morning. We're going to go back into regular session, but if we have votes to do that.
I'll make a motion, we go back into regular session.
A second.
Okay, a motion and a second to go back into regular session. If there's no opposition, which there is not, we'll be back in regular session. As I said, and now it's 10:09. We had some procedural matters to discuss at the time. Ms. Thornton, this is my case, so I'll be the first to vote, and then we'll hear what their votes are. And in order to get out, you got to have a unanimous vote, as you know, of the parole board. And you're doing a great job where you're doing it, and I respect everything that everybody's said about you. However, because of victim opposition, because of law enforcement opposition, because of the fact that you do have a good time date, and hopefully we'll see you before then, but because of the fact that you pled and the family of the deceased, all of them thought that you were going to be in for life and then 99 years and now this. My vote is to deny your request. Mr. Freeman?
Okay, my vote would be to grant to the parole project for a minimum of 1 year. And that you not go back to the parish where this crime was committed. No contact with victims or your son unless initiated by them. That's my vote.
I concur with Mr. Freeman.
Okay, I'm sorry to tell you, but the vote is 2-1. And I hope that you will take every advantage of applying again. But I think that at this particular time, you're doing a great job where you are. They can use you as a staff member. You're like an unpaid staff member, basically. And keep doing the same job that you're doing, and you'll be blessed beyond, and you'll bless other people. But this time, as I said before, your parole is denied. The time is 10:11, end of hearing.
Don't start screaming when I close the door, cause I ain't did you nothing.
Oh, I just said.
Anthony Jackson.
Okay, good morning. My name is Steve Prater, and to my left is Chuck Tillis, and to my right is Pete Freeman. We're in headquarters in Baton Rouge. The time is 10:19, and it is, I guess I'll ever, November the 18th of 2025. We're here to hear the revocation hearing for Mr. Anthony Jackson, and we're speaking to East Baton Rouge Parish Prison is the location going.
Yes, sir.
Would the staff introduce themselves at East Baton Rouge?
Lieutenant Nicholas Murphy.
Okay, Lieutenant, thank you for hosting us. Now I'd like to see Mr. Anthony Jackson. Is Mr. Jackson?
Come on, Anthony. Just have a seat on that bench right there. Anthony. Come on. Have a seat in that chair right there.
Okay, Mr. Jackson, how are you today?
Good morning.
Good morning. I've already introduced the board. You can see our name tags here, and we're having a revocation hearing on you this morning. And what's your full name?
Anthony James Jackson.
Okay, your DLC number.
157174.
Okay, and you got a waiver in front of you, a piece of paper that you signed, I believe. Is that correct? Am I right about that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and it talks about your attorney on there. It says different things like if you want an attorney, you gotta hire your own attorney. Is that correct?
Yes, no, sir. They said if I was indigent, didn't own a home or something like that.
It's on here.
It might be on there though.
It says it on here.
It says it. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Okay, you see that
Yes, sir.
form that's on the screen?
Yes, sir. I see it. I have it right here, but I see it now.
Okay, and you signed that, correct?
Yes, sir. I did.
Okay, good. We have to make sure of that before we get started. Mr. Jackson, your case is assigned to
Chuck Tillis.
it's Mr. Tillis. It's Mr. Chuck Tillis to my left will be doing the question and handle your hearing. We're all familiar with it, but he's the most familiar with it because he's been studying it most of the night. So, Mr. Tillis, go ahead.
How you doing, Mr. Jackson?
Good morning, sir. Good morning.
You okay?
Yes, sir. I'm gonna be okay. God got me. I'm gonna be okay. I'm sorry. I'm just so much going on in my life right now. I just been going through this all my life, and I just need a chance. I was doing really good. I had a stroke, and I couldn't get to work and pay my rents and stuff, and I ended up having to get evicted. And what had happened was that I had to report to my parole officer also. And when I first came home in '95, I had to pay like $1,000 or something to live in a certain area. And I was just trying. I was trying. If I wouldn't have had I still went back to work after I had a stroke. I have an 8-year-old. Her mother got addicted to oxycodone. I had to be the mother and the father. I did what I could. I worked. My parole officer could tell you, I was just a working man. Every day I did whatever I could, work and do hard jobs. I just need a break. I promise you. I understand now that, you know what I'm saying, if I never changed my mindset, I'll still be that same man. I'm not that man that went to prison in '95. I came home in my mindset, I have a new mind. And I understand that, in order for me to make it, I can't run with chickens and expect to soar with eagles. I have to change my mindset. And since I've been here, I know you just asked me one question, but I've achieved, just don't want to lay back there in that crazy place, but I've achieved the MOVE program. You know, it's an organization that helps offenders, you know, once they're released. I have an 8-year-old and she's with my fiance's cousin because like I said, she's on oxycodone. And so I just been doing things on my own, trying to make it. I promise y'all, if y'all let me out of this place, let me go back and just, you know, help raise my daughter and be a parent. I promise you that if I ever come back, if you ever see me again, just dig a hole and put me in it because
Hey, could you ask the lieutenant to come forward, please?
Lieutenant.
What can you tell us about Mr. Jackson? How has he been since he's been incarcerated there?
Unfortunately, I can't tell you anything about him. This is when I went to the back and got him to bring him up here for this is the first interaction I've ever had with him.
Okay, all right, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Mr. Jackson, we're gonna read a violation that you did, and you can plead guilty, not guilty, or with a statement.
Yes, sir.
Violation 4, it is alleged the subject violated this condition in that on 6/29/2025, he was arrested by the Baton Rouge Police Department for domestic abuse battery with a dangerous weapon. On 7/2/2025, the defendant deferred his preliminary hearing and final revocation hearing until resolutions of his pending charges. The bill of information from the 19th Judiciary Court under East Baton Rouge Parish, domestic abuse battery with a dangerous weapon. On 9/23/2025, the offender pled guilty to the 19th to these charges. How do you plead on this?
Not guilty with a statement, sir. Guilty with a statement.
Tell us what happened.
Okay. I told you I had gotten evicted, so I had to come up with like over maybe $1,000 or maybe close to $1,000 so that I wouldn't violate my parole. So I had gotten that money to my parole office. And the lady that I was helping because she had a stroke. One day she asked me to come and cut her grass. And I went cut her grass, you know, and we started to talk. And I told her my situation. And, you know, I took my little girl to visit her. And she said that I could live with her if I would help her with, you know, chores and stuff and a compensation around the house. Around her house, okay? And so I had nowhere else kind of like to go. And I didn't want to, you know, fall back. And I couldn't just drag my little girl through the streets. South Baton Rouge is not a very good, you know, place for that. And so what I did is I'm kind of like was living with her. I'll get off from work. I'll come to her house and, you know, I'll just, you know, do whatever needs to be done. You know, like clean and cut grass and do, you know, the fence line. But then I think she wanted more than I could give. Wasn't looking for a relationship. So this lady wasn't, you know, a female that, you know what I'm saying, I was trying to, you know, hit up on for a relationship or anything like that. And so one particular day, she just started building cases on me, saying, you know, that I wasn't doing enough and stuff like that. And so what happened is that I came there one day and I was telling her that I was just going to move on and I appreciated everything she done. Then she said I wasn't going to go anywhere. So then I'm stuck in the middle of a rock and a hard place now. I didn't know what she expected. I think the relationship she wanted from me, I wasn't willing to give because she's a much older kind of like older lady than I was. I'm about to be 60 in a few days. You know, she's already like 70 or 80 something. And so I try to explain that, and she sprayed some mace on me and, you know, was fussing at me. And we started wrestling over a pot. I didn't have any kind of, you know, gun or knife or anything. And, you know, we was wrestling over it. And then she just said, well, I know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go to precinct. The precinct is right down the street. And when she went to the precinct, you know, they came, I sat on her doorstep outside her residence. And when they came, they just they were yelling and you wanna hit somebody, and I was trying to explain myself. So they took me to the precinct, and then they jailed me. And that was it. I was trying to tell them. That's the reason I waited here, because
How long have you been in jail?
Came here, sir, June 29th. I want to say this since I've been here. I don't know if you can see this, but my mindset is not what it used to be. I'm just trying to do the right thing.
Okay, good. We have a friend here that's going to speak in your behalf too.
Yes, sir.
And her name is Miss Albertha Landry. Would you step up?
Good, thank you.
And tell us what you want us to know, Miss Landry? Miss Landry?
Miss Landry,
Sir?
you want to
You want to
speak?
speak on his behalf as a friend?
Yes, sir.
Would you step to the podium and tell us what you want to tell us?
Step right in, sir.
Yeah,
Backside.
backside and face.
Look at us.
Look, go behind it.
Could you tell her I'm so sorry about what happened? I'm just.
That's
Okay,
good.
okay,
That's
okay.
good.
Let's
That's good.
hear from her.
Here, you can face us, Miss Landry, and tell us what you want to know.
Turn this way.
Yes,
Yeah.
ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Anthony Jackson is a good man. He was, we engaged, we got 2.5 years, and we was living together. He was living with me. He used to help me do whatever, and I used to help him and his little girl. And we was taking care of each other after he moved in with me. And he's just a good man. And I used to take him to the doctor, take him to his classes and everything. His parole officer, after he moved in with me, his parole officer used to come to my house and see him. And when he goes to work, I drop him off at work. I'm 70 years old, and me and his birthday on the same day, November the 24th. He gonna be 60 and I'm gonna be 71. But he is a good man, but he a diabetic too. And when I took him to the hospital, the doctor told him and me, say if he don't take his medicine right, his insulin and the rest of his, his medicine, that he gonna be, like discombobulated and stuff like that, seeing things and all this and that. But he ain't the type of man to jump on no woman. But he just had snapped because he wasn't taking his medicine. And I hope y'all take it under consideration to let him come back home with me, because we are going to get married one day.
Okay. Thank you.
And I love him, and I know he loves me.
Did he beat you? Did he hit you with a pot?
Huh?
Did he hit you with a pot?
He had that little pot up in his hand, and I know he just pushed me down, and I couldn't remember nothing else after that. 'Cause I just seen that little pot up in his hand.
But you had the probation officer took pictures. You had 2 swollen black eyes, so he hit you. Okay, no further questions.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
Very much.
Thank you. You can sit down now. Are there any other questions? I'm ready to vote.
Okay, no questions, so take the vote now.
My vote is going to be to deny.
My vote is to revoke. It's quite obviously that you hit this lady, so you violated your parole. My vote is to vote. To revoke.
Because of
Condition number
rule
4.
Condition number 4.
Okay, you have 2 votes to revoke, and likewise, I would vote the same way. So you have three votes to be revoked because of violation of rule number 4, criminal conduct. And so anyway, I'm sorry to tell you, but as of 10:34 this morning, your parole's been revoked. It is though. It is though. Not good at all. Okay, we'll continue the hearings from East Baton Rouge Parish Prison. Of course, we are at headquarters, Department of Corrections headquarters. And the lieutenant's already introduced himself, and I see him there. I appreciate y'all hosting this. We're going to be talking to Melanie Bell. Miss Bell, is that you there?
Yes, sir. Good morning.
Okay, we're going to be talking to you about a revocation hearing. The time is 10:43 in the morning. The date is the 18th of November of 2025. And your case, your particular case, the lead investigator interrogator is going to be Mr. Chuck Tillis to my left. So he'll take over here as soon as we do the preliminaries. Would you introduce yourself again and tell us what your DLC number is, please?
My name is Melanie Bell, DOC number 606934.
Yes, ma'am. And do you have a waiver in front of you, a piece of paper?
I do, sir.
And did you sign that?
I did, sir.
And that's your revocation hearing waiver, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Mr. Tillis, would you take it?
Yes. Good morning. How are you, Ms. Bell?
I'm fine. How are you, sir?
You're in violation of rule number 4. On or about, my screen stopped. Okay. On or about 8/26/2025, you were engaged in criminal activity in the commission of a violation of protective order. And this is evident by the affidavit or arrest warrant that was filed in Baton Rouge at the Baton Rouge Police Department under number 25-01877. You were arrested on 9/5/2025 by the Baton Rouge Police Department. Due to the arrest warrant, on or about 9/8/2025, you are able to bond out of jail with a notice of probation and parole for being in violation of supervision. Thus, at the time, the parole warrant was filed and issued on 9/16/2025. You were subsequently remained in court on a said parole warrant on 9/30/2025. This listed offense is pending in the 19th Judiciary under docket J25-0006497 on 10/8/2025. The District Attorney's Office billed Ms. Bell under docket DC 25-04726 for violation of protective order classified as misdemeanor. The matter remains pending in the 19 judiciary status. How do you plead to that, guilty or not guilty?
Not guilty, sir.
With the statement?
Yes, sir. The incident that is reflected in that document, there's no other way to say it simply didn't happen. I did not violate the protective order. The person I have the protective order, well, that has it against me, our children go to the same school. I did see her on that date, but no words were exchanged. Nothing happened. I picked my daughter up from school and I took her home. I believe I have family there that is willing to speak on my behalf. They were with me on the date of this incident. It was an open house at the school, and I went there. I met my daughter's teacher. I left with my family. I was there with my older daughter, my child's father, and my father. I did not have any interaction with that person. And I'm not sure why she would have a police report drawn up for that, but I wasn't even arrested on that date. I was remanded at court when I was being taken off probation. The judge for my probation decided not to even hold me because he didn't think that the validity of the complaint was valid. But that just didn't happen, sir.
Did you take any pictures of her or that?
I did not take any pictures. I had no interaction with her whatsoever.
Okay, you didn't put them on FaceTime or anything?
No, sir.
Okay. We have with us today, speaking in your behalf, is Mr. Clifton Bells, your father, your dad. Mr. Bells, would you like to go before the podium and tell us?
Yes, I was.
Would you stand behind the podium and tell us what you want us to know?
Yes, I am Clifton Bell, the father of Melanie Bell, and I was president at school meeting. And as a matter of fact, my granddaughter and my other granddaughter's dad was there. And we went to open house at the school. And as we left out of there, I didn't even see her. I didn't see Miss Jones or whatever it is. And we left out there and left out the parking lot. And I think Melanie told me she did see her there, but that was all. I didn't witness nothing. And I told her, I talked to her. Melanie is, presently helping me. Like I said, I'm an elderly gentleman. I'm sick. I lost my wife in April last year, and I'm raising two girls. These two, right? This one and one that's 9 years old. We were all at the school over there. Nothing transpired. And I know the people over there. I could have probably went over there and talked to them and maybe got something from them and asked them why this happened. Because nothing happened there at the school. And I don't know how this came about. I was shocked too, because I brought her up here for the probationary hearing. And when she went upstairs, I was sitting out in the car because it was supposed to walk in and walk out, because she's been to every avenue that was designed for when she came out on probation. She went to school. She went to a drug school, and she went to something else, trying to get straight, because she had to raise these two girls. I'm sick. And like I said, I'm learning how to be a housewife by myself with two girls washing and taking care of it. And she's home with me, helping me. And this is, this is ridiculous what this girl did. Again, like I said, it did not happen. And I did not understand. I know of her.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. We appreciate your statement. Kevin Levy?
Yes, sir.
You want to speak now?
Yeah. My name is Kevin Levy, and I was there also at the school open house. We sat there, we met the teacher and everything. I did see Miss Jones pass by the classroom. They did not. I didn't say it. Once we got out the classroom, they were down the way. They looked, we looked, we went the other way, we left. Melanie left with her father and her daughter. My daughter came with me to go play. We both went our separate ways. I've seen no altercation, no words were exchanged, nothing happened of that nature.
Thank you so much.
Wait a minute, I got a question. Did you see the pictures on Facebook? Were there any pictures on Facebook to your knowledge?
Instagram.
Instagram.
Okay, no pictures.
Instagram's the one that goes away.
No, Snapchat.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
Yes, sir. No, not of him. I do of her.
Yeah.
Okay, I've got a couple of questions. One, I was reading the affidavit for the arrest warrant, and the Baton Rouge police officer says that she, after reviewing the details of the investigation, which included the officer's report, the victim's statement, and reviewing the evidence provided, which showed the defendant, that's you, on the school campus, as well as pictures of the victim and her daughters posted on your social media Instagram account. It's believed probable cause exists. The officer saw some pictures, the pictures of the victim and her daughters on your Instagram account.
That's not possible. I've been logged out of my Instagram account. These people, I have a history with. When I was incarcerated last year, they had my cell phone. They actually stole a ton of my stuff. And this is where this stemmed from, sir. So I haven't had access to my Instagram or my Facebook since last year. I actually created an entirely new one. So there couldn't have been any post that was made from my Instagram account or my Facebook because I'm locked out of them. I can't get into them. I have a new Facebook account and I haven't even created a new Instagram account. So that couldn't have possibly happened. There's no possible way. And when they issued this warrant, my address is on the protective order. No police officer was dispatched to my house to arrest me. No one came to question me. I was remanded at court. The first time I was remanded at court was when they told me there was an arrest warrant. I sat for 3 hours until they actually got the warrant and put me in jail. I was able to bond out on that. And when I went back to court on the 30th, that's when they arrested me again for violation of my parole. So I had no idea that there was nothing to post on Instagram or Facebook. I had no interaction with these people. I did see her, but when we saw her, we left. We actually left the open house early. I left with my dad, my baby's father, and my daughter. I had zero interaction with this woman, and I have no idea why they continue to try and deflect on my character or try to keep me in jail. But the only thing that I can think of is because they stole my furniture and they want to keep me in jail. I have a civil suit against these people, and we were supposed to go to court on November 17th. They deferred that till January 16th, and I'm supposed to go to this civil suit with them. The protective order, the judge ordered, it ends on December 14th. It was issued in June for 6 months.
Okay. And what was the outcome of violating protective order?
They actually have affidavits from 2 of the secretaries at the school stating that there was no altercation. As far as my lawyer has told me, on December 3rd, when I go to the hearing for this, those charges are going to be dismissed for violating the protective order, but we won't know until we go on December 3rd.
Okay. And tell me about the Grove. That's in our report here. That you were discharged from the Grove Recovery Center. Tell me about
When I originally got out of jail, I was on a treatment bond. I went to the Grove and did 28 days in their residential treatment program. And then I did 3 months of IOP. I completed that. And 2 days after I completed IOP, I was arrested again. But I completed the entire treatment recovery program at the Grove.
Okay. And are you using any kind of substance now or?
No, and I've been drug tested faithfully. I've been drug tested every week by the Grove up until the week that I went to jail, and I passed all drug tests clean, and I'm clean of any substances right now, sir.
Well, congratulations. I hope you maintain that particular record.
I plan to, sir. I have 2 young children. My dad's 77 years old, and after losing my mom last year, he's been raising my 2 girls. My 9-year-old got on the phone with me yesterday and she told me, she wants me to come home. And, she said, every time I tell her that I'm coming home, it's longer and longer that I don't come home. But I'm explaining to you, sir, I had no interaction with this woman. I did not violate that protective order. I wouldn't do that to my children, and I wouldn't risk my freedom.
Okay.
I'm ready to vote.
I'm sorry. No, I mean, I was trying to look through all the reports. There is no pictures, and I think there should have been some pictures in our file if she posted that. There definitely should have been some pictures in our file if they were posted.
My vote is to do not revoke.
My vote is to do not revoke, but I'm gonna reiterate, as a condition of your parole, you stay away from this lady until you're off supervision.
I will.
And you gotta go to school.
I'm gonna pull my daughter out of that school. There's another school like in our neighborhood that she can go to. I'm gonna enroll her in that school so that I don't have any.
Okay, well, I'm just telling you, don't have any contact with her. Do what you say. If you see her, turn around and walk away. Just wait till open. Okay, so I also vote do not revoke.
Okay. You got 2 votes to do not revoke, and that's all it takes. So you're not going to be revoked. And my Mine would be also do not revoke, but if in December you're found guilty of having violated this order, I'd like it to come back up before us.
It can't, we would have to continue it. You'd have to continue it now to wait for that. Because we already got the violations charged.
Sir,
Continue.
I'm pretty sure. oh.
Hold up, please. Okay, all right. We got 2 votes to do not revoke, and I will concur with their decision, and I would like to be notified. I'll ask probation and parole to notify me about the results of this particular hearing. So, so as of today at 10:58, you are not revoked. Yeah, and so we'll sign the proper paperwork and all of that. Continue to, I encourage you and will pray that you continue to be off of any kind of substance and stay away from these folks. They're gonna try to catch you tripping up. And so stay away from them, but you know that already without me having to tell you. So as of today, your parole has not been revoked at 10:59. Thank you. Thank you, East Baton Rouge. I think that's all we've got with you. Okay, good morning. We're continuing our cases. This is the Committee on Parole. And you can see from our name tags who we are. We've been having hearings all morning. The time now is 11:07 in the morning, and it's November the 18th of 2025. We're speaking from headquarters here. We're speaking to the staff and folks at David Wade Correctional Center. And Mr. Herbert Wilson is the one that's going to appear before us. First off, with the folks there, David Wade, would the staff introduce yourself, please?
Good morning, Mr. Prater. Michelle Dozot, Warden.
Brenda Ackland, Deputy Warden. Elizabeth Savage, Lieutenant Colonel.
Initial classification.
Okay, well, thank you for hosting us. We appreciate that very much. And I see behind you or seated at the table, I assume, is Mr. Herbert Wilson. Is that correct, Mr. Wilson?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and what is your DOC number?
411879.
Okay, you can just speak to us without having to lean down. We can pick it up there from the microphone. And although all three of us have looked at all of your case documents and all the files and police reports and everything else that's been supplied, but the main one that's going to be interviewing this morning to conduct the hearing will be Mr. Chuck Tillis, who is on my left. So, Mr. Tillis, I'll turn it over to you and let you call on folks and do what you need to do.
Good morning, Mr. Herbert. How are you?
Fine, and you?
Good. Tell us what happened and what caused you to be incarcerated.
On November 23rd, 2002, I, Offender Herbert Wilson, got committed of an armed robbery. I made a mistake in my life which cost me dearly, and I regret what I done. And I ask the pardon and parole board that you forgive me for what I have done to the victim and my family as well. And I just ask that you take consideration that I'm a rehabilitated prisoner since I've been incarcerated here at David Wade Correctional Center.
Hey, what kind of classes and what have you done since you've been there? What kind of studies?
I have obtained my GED. I have taken anger management, victim awareness, thinking for a change, Kairos religions. I have taken JC's, helpers group, and I'm a member of
You did substance abuse
substance abuse
and you did helpers group.
and JC's and helpers group and culinary arts trade.
You say you've been through Kairos?
Kairos, that's a Christiana program here at David Wade.
What did you learn in there?
Well, they taught me a lot about being a better person towards society expectations due to the help of my incarceration. I learned to be successful in life on the job, to be a better prisoner while I'm inside and deal with my fellow prisoners that I'm around, you know, and it just taught me a lot about being successful in life.
You know, one of the things in Kairos is that the choices we make are the choices we have to live with. You remember that?
Choices we make and choices we deliver.
Remember the people you live with, the choices you make and the choices you live with.
Yes, sir.
You remember that? Not really?
Not really, but I understand where you're coming from, though.
Okay. I wanted to ask another question. We have some people that want to speak on your behalf.
See what the warden has.
I'm sorry, that's right. That's what I wanted to do.
Yeah, let's see what warden has.
I wanted to see what you.
Okay. That's all right. That's okay. I would have chimed in. Herbert's been here since 2009. He's only had 2 rule violations since he's been here. The last one I think was in 2012. He is no disciplinary issue whatsoever. He, you know, I do want to note for the record all the programs that he did mention. He also has completed reentry, but there's been a few of the treatment classes that he has completed, knowing that he couldn't earn any good time. He just was interested and wanted to continue, you know, to get as much under his belt as he could. And he was not eligible to earn that good time while he was participating and knew that. He has a good work performance. He's one of our barbers. He's also, like you said, certified in culinary arts. And he has good family support. He has a solid residence plan and employment plan with his skill set. He does plan to gain employment. I also want to, he's very quiet. He's very reserved, very respectful with staff. There's no disciplinary issues whatsoever. In fact, he's currently being screened for minimum custody trustee status.
Thank you so much, Warden. That means
You're
a lot. I think you guys are doing a great job. I had one of those senior moments.
We all do.
Yeah. Now we'd like to hear from the people who want to speak. His cousin, Christopher Hall.
Stand up.
Tell us what you want us to know about him.
Chris is fine.
Okay.
They want you to talk about,
Okay.
tell us what you want to.
Well, I just wanted to talk about Herbert. He's my cousin. So I've been knowing him since we were kids. He was raised right, was raised in church with family values. He made a mistake. And since he made that mistake and was incarcerated, I've been coming to see him, talking to him on the phone. He's always acknowledged that mistake with regret. He never ran away from it. He owned it. He told me what he was going to do when he made it here. He told me that he was going to make the best out of his time and do all things that he could do to better himself. And when I listen to these classes and things that he's done, and just our personal conversations that we have about life and growth, I'm just happy to see him be here and be able to still grow and better himself. We also talked about what he would do upon release as far as working, being a man, taking care of his family, staying out of trouble, and just changing his mind state and priorities to living as a productive member of society as a man. We've had those conversations. I've seen the growth and maturity in him. And I just wanted to let the board know that I'm his cousin. I'm a year older than him. I'm 45 years old. I've been on a job for 25 years. I've been married for 21 and raised 3 kids. So I'll be a support for him. We have plenty of family that's not here that, it can only hold a certain number of people, but he has a family that supports him, and he has way more members of the family that feels like me that's not able to be here today. But I'll do whatever I can to support him. I believe in him. He's already told me what he was going to do when he made it here, and he's done it. So I believe in him. I believe that he'll carry his word out, what he's going to do when he's released, based on you guys giving him some grace. So I humbly ask you all to consider him for release, because I believe in him and I know him as a person, and I think he's a great person, and I know he can be a productive member of society.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for your time.
Also, speaking in your behalf is Miss Helen Hall. No, she's not speaking. Correct? So it's Miss Christy Hall, cousin.
Good morning. I am Dr. Christy Hall Young, and Herbert is my older cousin. He's my big cousin. Obviously, as an educator, I believe in the value of education, and the course is everything he's done, but I'm here to speak on his heart and who he is as a person. He was always the most kind and gentle cousin. He made a mistake, but the accountability has always been there. I have 18-year-old twins who are in college, and when he speaks to us and speaks to them, he talks to them about making good decisions and the choices you make in life. And I just respect and honor that so much. Not only does he have family who supports him and loves him and values him, we're a Christian family. He knows the word of God. We know the word of God, and there is nothing that we won't do as a family to support him. As my brother stated, we have family beyond those who are here today. And part of the reason why we're here to support him is because of the humility within Herbert. If you knew him as a person, you would know that he has the most gentle spirit. He just made a decision that derailed his life, but he's been accountable for that. He's grown in every way possible within these walls. And now we just ask for an opportunity to be there with him. Us and God by his side, we just feel that with his determination, his growth mindset, he definitely has a growth mindset, even within these walls, that we can help him have a successful future. We believe in Herbert. We love Herbert. And there is nothing we won't do for him because of the great person he is. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next, we have Latasha Hunter Lee, sister.
Good morning.
Morning.
I am Herbert's sister, and I'm here speaking on his behalf. I can just piggyback off what everybody else said, what two cousins said about him. He has accepted responsibility for what he has done. And along with that responsibility, it has taught him things that he's going to forever carry with him in his life. He has made all the steps to become a better person, a better man, a better brother, better cousin, better son, a better everything for the family. We as a family, I want y'all to know this, we as a family, we are here to support him and to do whatever is necessary that we have to do to make sure that he stays on the right track. We are going to support him in every way, living financially, getting the job, resources. We will provide everything that he needs to keep him on that straight and narrow. And I will say once again, as y'all have heard before, his mindset is different. We spoke on his heart. His heart is different. Everything about my brother is different. And I just asking you guys to have the grace and bring him what he needs. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Mr. Herbert.
Yes, sir.
How old were you when you committed this crime?
21.
21. I see you're a second-class felony. What was the second offense? First.
Well, back in 2001, I was convicted of illegal possession of stolen things. I had bought some stolen property.
Okay. All right. Any of my colleagues have any questions?
I just want to note that we have one victim that is in favor, one victim that left it up to the board, and one that is opposed. Other than that, I have no questions. The report speaks for itself.
I have a question. Tell me about the aggravated battery, that there was no disposition. I assume it's because you were found guilty of these and they probably but Shreveport Police Department had you charged with aggravated battery. What's that about?
Yes, sir. In 2001, I had one of my ex-girlfriends. We were living together. We had a misunderstanding about something, and she called the police, which I did put my hands on, but I didn't. I just pushed her, and it was a scar like on her face, on the right side of her face, and they took me to Shreveport Police Department, charged me with aggravated battery, but I ended up getting it dropped down to simple battery, but I never got convicted of it.
Okay. All right, because you had a pretty terrible arrest record for a long time when you was a young man.
Yes,
You
sir.
was an adult, but you were still young. And how long have you served?
23 years. 23 years.
You've served 23 years on an armed robbery.
Yes, sir.
And your good time date's gonna be in 27 anyway, correct?
Yes, sir.
Getting out in 27, year and a half anyway, or I say year and a half, I said that too quick. Yeah, about a year and a half. You'll be getting out. Okay. All right, that's all the questions I have.
I'm ready to vote.
Two.
Mr. Herbert,
Yes, sir.
you've done some bad things and that armed robbery is not a good thing to do. You have made some improvements there and a lot of my decisions are based on the warden's comments, and it seems though the warden feels that you've changed. And it's very, very good to have family support, which I see you have. My vote today is going to be grant commutation of sentence to time served.
No, just
Grant parole, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
My vote is to grant. I think you're doing excellent. I'm not for the same reasons as Mr. Till has been, the warden's comments. My vote is to grant today. Good luck to you. It's up to Mr. Till, Mr. Prater.
Okay, you got to get all three votes, and I think because of your family support, because of the maturity that you've shown now, you served 23 years, you could be getting out in a year and a half anyway. And so, because of, I want to reward you for your conduct that you, and for the warden's comments. So my vote also is to grant parole.
Thank you,
So
sir.
as of 11:23 this morning, on the 18th day of November, your parole has been granted. Please don't disappoint us, because we're putting a lot of faith in you.
Yes, sir.
Yep. So that'll be the end. Do we have any more at,
No, sir, that's it.
that's it? You want to hang around and talk to us, or you ready to
No,
go?
I'm okay. Y'all have work to do.
24 off there. Thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations.
Make sure your face is in this little box. Maybe
Okay, good morning. We're speaking to Jefferson Parish. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. Good morning.
Okay, introduce yourself, please.
All right, Deputy Marlboro, Jefferson Parish Sheriff's Office.
Okay, thank you for hosting us this morning. We appreciate that. My name is Steve Prater. To my left is Chuck Tillis. To my right is Pete Freeman. The time is 11:31 in the morning. It's November the 18th of 2025. We're here in Baton Rouge. We're talking to you at Jefferson Parish, and we're looking to interview Mr. Kendrick Cox about it.
Right here.
Okay, Mr. Cox, this is your day.
How you doing? Good morning.
Mr. Cox, is there a chair there where you can sit, you want to sit down or anything, or are you okay? There you go, that's better, we can see you now. Mr. Cox, what is your DOC number?
767879.
Okay, and in order to have a revocation hearing, you have to have signed a waiver about attorneys and things like that, and do you have that waiver in front of you?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and then you signed that, and you understood all your rights and about the hearing and about that sort of thing.
Yes, sir.
Okay, your case has been assigned to Mr. Pete Freeman, and so, Mr. Freeman, would you,
Okay, all right, Mr. Cox, she is logged in now? Okay, you already asked him. What time?
Yeah.
Okay, all right, I'm gonna read the violation. There's only two, and then you tell me if you plead guilty or not guilty with or without a statement, okay? And we're gonna handle them as we go.
Yes, sir.
So it's a long one, so listen. The subject, I will not engage in any criminal activity, nor will I associate with people who are known to be involved in criminal activity. I will avoid bars and casinos. I will refrain from the illegal use of drugs or alcohol. The subject failed to engage in any criminal activity by being arrested. That was wrong. They wrote that wrong. But you violated the condition by being arrested by the Kenner Police Department on September 21st, 2025 for home invasion, stalking, domestic abuse battery by strangulation, 2 counts domestic abuse, child endangerment, and simple criminal damage to property. As to the violation, you pled not guilty. So tell me what went on.
Honestly, I wasn't around the situation, and the female I was dealing with at the time, like, she basically put the charges on me and said I did all that, but apparently, I guess, out of all the charges, most of them were dropped, and the only ones I was left with was the felony domestic abuse, and the home invasion is dropped, and I think it was unauthorized inhabiting of it and dwelling, something like that. And basically, that's it. But I have evidence proving like I did nothing. When I got in here, she sent a letter to me and said that she was sorry for, she said something like, I love you in this time of need. I'm sorry for what you're going through. She was like, if you need anything, I'm here for you. I love you. And let the people know that you reside there for the fake charges and she said the fake charges and the home stuff. And basically she was like, let the people know that I paroled at the house, because that's what my parole was at the address that they saying that I allegedly home invaded. I paroled there, I got mail there, and that's why I was staying there at the time. And after that, she wrote me another letter saying,
Let's talk about the night of the offense. You saying you wasn't there at all?
No, I went there, but everything she said happened didn't happen. Like, what she said happened, that didn't happen.
And what about the marks on her face?
I didn't touch them. Did not touch them.
They got, I mean, her pictures show injuries. Her house shows damage.
I could honestly say if she had marks on her face, that came from whatever she did. But that was something old. But I didn't do it nothing. I did go through the door, but I didn't do nothing. I didn't do nothing at all.
Let me tell you this: why do you wait and go to court before you came in front of us?
Say it again. No,
why do you wait till all your charges were disposed before you came before us?
I didn't know I had that option. This came before everything. Like, when my parole officer came to see me, she was like, this is what's going on, and your parole board hearing is such and such date. And I was like, oh, all right, well, I have evidence that she basically saying like all the charges were fake, the home invasion charge was fake, and that she dropped the charges. She came and dropped the charges, like on and everything. So I didn't think I had a choice but to go through this like this. This is my first time ever going through anything like this.
The girlfriend is the girl.
No.
But I had 3 witnesses, my girl and 2 other witnesses that was supposed to be on at the hearing on the Zoom video.
Yeah,
all
you
the
got,
evidence that I
got
need.
some people here. You got your girlfriend here, Molisha Holmes.
Yes, sir.
That's your new girlfriend, or
that's my new girl.
Okay, and Ryan Smart, a friend, and Wesley Adams.
Yes, sir.
Friend. Which, I mean, before I start talking with all of them, I mean, I got, you know, I don't know. I would have liked to seen these kind of charges disposed before they would come in front of the board. So we wouldn't have to try the case right here. Especially this. I got enough information. Okay, all right. So you saying you didn't hit her? You saying that you didn't put the marks on her face? I mean, the report goes into a lot of detail.
Right, that was false details.
Did you kick the door in?
No.
Okay. And we have some police videos too that show a lot too. Okay, let me ask you this. Let's speak to the people that are here on your behalf. Molisha Holmes. Go ahead, Molisha.
Good morning.
Good morning.
All right, tell us what you want us to know about him.
What I want y'all to know is that, you know, the day that the incident happened, he was getting phone calls and was told to come pick his property up and stuff like that. And, you know, she just kept blowing up the phone for him to come get his stuff. So everything I know is that, you know, that he went to go pick up his property and that she called the phone, you know, letting him know that he could come over there and get the property. So he went over there, got his property, and he came back to my house. She ended up calling and texting his phone, harassing him and stuff like that, basically saying that she wasn't gonna stop until he ended up in jail. And she ended up getting on social media, stalking and harassing me. And, you know, basically saying that now that he's in jail, you know, she's sitting back and she's smiling. She was like, I did my damage, so now I'm sitting back chilling. And she just basically just want to keep him in jail and, you know, try to make his life miserable because he with me now. Because now I got to go through this stuff. I have to go through her stalking me and coming to my job and stuff like that. So I believe everything that she did say is not true. And she, like he said, he also, you know, she sent him letters in jail, basically saying everything that she said, accused him of wasn't true.
Okay.
And my parole officer in the preliminary hearing, my parole officer seen the letter. I guess her supervisor that was present saw the letter. And when they read it, they basically just looked at me like, is she serious? And I'm like, yeah, it's right there. It's clear as day. When they asked me for a statement, I let them know like her letter that she just sent me is my statement.
I'll ask you some more questions. Let's finish with the people here to speak on your behalf. Ryan Smart.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning.
So, first I would like to explain to you how we met Kendrick, my husband and I. Kendrick is or was at the time my husband's daughter's stepdad. We are the girl, the girl who's put in the false charges. She's our child's mother. And we became close with Kendrick because he definitely has an affinity for the little girl, and we want to co-parent as best as possible. And for a while, Kendrick was making it a lot better. We thought that she had changed, but this is a part of her character. This is what she does. My husband has been through a lot of really traumatic experiences. She has done the same type of things to him, and I'll let him explain what she's done to him. But to me, she has harassed me. She's been in my medical records because she worked at Ochsner. She posted my personal medical information on the internet. And because we're trying to co-parent and do what's best for the child, a lot of times she gets off scot-free with her actions. And so that's why I feel like she thought that she could do this to Kendrick and get away with it because of the position that he's in. Because my husband works in fugitive recovery, it's a little bit harder for her to do things like call the police and set up lies because he doesn't have the same background that or the same position that Kendrick is in. But she used his parole to her advantage. There were several times that we had gone to pick Kendrick up because we didn't want to see him back in the position that he's in now. And my family has really embraced him. My mother, me, our other children all know and love Kendrick, and he's definitely a really great addition to our family. He's really a kind person, and he's really trying to do the best that he can and turn all of this around and make it a positive situation. But unfortunately, he was in love with somebody who was using the system to her advantage. And this is something that she definitely does a lot. I really can't even explain to you how much I've been through with this lady. So I really understand where he's coming from. And it really breaks my heart to see him in this position when he doesn't deserve that because he's really trying to do the right thing.
Okay, have you filed charges on her before?
I have never filed charges on her, but I do have a lot of evidence.
Okay. I just wanted to know if you had filed charges for the medical records and stuff.
No, I actually am working with a lawyer on the issue with the medical records. And I do have several other people that my husband has dated previous to dating me that she harassed as well, that we are working on getting together to go to Ochsner and speak to them about what she's been doing.
Okay.
It's out of hand.
All right. And let's hear from Wesley Adams.
Hello, good morning. How you doing?
Good.
Yes, like my wife said, me and Kendrick, we wound up getting very close because him and my daughter have a great relationship, and we were co-parenting through him. My daughter's autistic, so we was co-parenting through him. The things that he was going through, I also went through. The difference is that because I work in fugitive recovery, I didn't let it get to this point, but I have video of her trying to get me to hit her and saying that I'm going to call the police on you. I got the police downstairs, all because I didn't answer the phone. She really needs help. And it's sad to see that Kendrick has gone through the situation because of the simple fact that she doesn't get her way. The reason why she's upset is because Kendrick had then moved on, and he is with the young lady that you're seeing on the screen. And we all witnessed her harass him to come get his stuff, harass him saying that she's going to call his probation officer, harass him about old videos that may have happened way before that he's already went and sit down for. And when he does finally like either go do that or try to help her, because she'll cry and say, I don't have bill money, I don't have light bill. And you got to understand that she has isolated Kendrick from all his relatives, right? Because they don't understand what the situation is. But I've been there, I've done
Why
that,
does
I
he
understand
keep
it.
going back? I got to know this. Why does he keep going back if she's that bad?
It's the child. He's attached to the child, right? And what she does is she uses the child to say that child needs this and child needs that, right? That's why her being autistic is very important, right? She doesn't speak, she's nonverbal, so she always cries. She doesn't have help, and that the child is suffering. So I went through that situation too, because this is my child. But Kendrick has developed a relationship with the child to where when she does need help with the child, he'll go there and he'll try to help. And she'll play this game like she's changing and she needs help. and she plays a game, and I know it's a game, and I've told Kendrick he had to learn it himself that she's playing a game, and we have to stick together to make her understand that she can't do people this, because everybody in this room is willing to be on the team for the baby, right? Me and Kendrick got close for the baby. Like, me and him have no, other than this, we have no contact or no, me and him from two different walks of life. But because of the child, we have decided to come together, and she's so difficult that I couldn't talk to her. So I would co-parent through Kendrick. And that's how me and him got close. When I need something about the baby or something like that, I talk to him. Because you can't talk to her, you can't deal with her. She has no understanding. So when situations happen to where she would get upset about something small and put him out in the rain or something like that and say, I'm gonna call the police on you because I can't get this, that, and the third, and make up these stories, we'll just go get him and tell him come by us for a little while. So he has been by my house several times. It's sort of the apartment complex that he was staying here, but he was really staying over there. But when she gets upset like that, we'll go get him.
Okay, I got you, and I think I've got what I need from you. So I appreciate it. Thank you for calling.
All right.
All right. I'm gonna ask you, Mr. Cox, why do you keep going back over there? This is not y'all first problem. This is not y'all first rodeo.
Honestly, like he said, the child is autistic. I've been in her life since she was 2 years old, all the way up into 5, and she's nonverbal. And before I came in her life, like, she wouldn't talk, like, she wouldn't say anything. But me being there, dealing with her, working with her, talking to her, helping her with, like, her schoolwork, because she does go to school. I helped the child progress, like, and me and the child built a relationship to where even if she would go by her father's house when he did get her, me and the child, like, she would be looking for me while she there, like, because I'm dealing with her every day.
Talk about what you did with her, not about the child. Understand that. I applaud you for everything you've done with that child. You've done very good. Most people wouldn't go as far as you did. But I need to know what happened that night. I mean, I got pictures of the doors kicked in, damage to property, her face.
The door honestly had been like that because the house that she was staying in it's an old house. Like, that's not nothing, it's not up to par. But as far as the scratches and stuff on her, I didn't do that. I didn't do that.
Did you send her any text messages after this?
No, she texted my phone and blew my phone up. I even got a new phone, so she couldn't do that.
Okay, so you didn't send her no photos or anything of you?
No, if anything, she sent me photos.
Her?
She sent me photos.
So you didn't send them to her, kind of letting her know that, hey, I got all of this?
No.
Okay, I think I have any more questions.
I want to ask a question. The children were saying that she was, the officers from the film we got, that there was 2 little girls, look like.
It was her daughter and I guess her godchild present.
Yeah, they were saying about somebody beat her.
See, I don't see how they could say that if one of them is nonverbal and the other one, I dealt with it. Like, when I was getting my stuff, I spoke to her. Like, she's like a niece to me.
Okay. I have no question.
No.
Yes, the day we're talking about, that's September the 21st of 2025. Is that correct?
That's the day I was arrested.
That's the day you were arrested?
Yes, sir.
When did it happen?
She alleged it happened probably, I'm gonna say, a week to 2 weeks before that.
Okay. Were you arrested at her house on July the 8th of 2025?
No, sir. No, yes, sir. And that was false. It was false. They released me on it because I did nothing. They said I violated a stay-away order, which wasn't true because I paroled at the house. I was getting my stuff out of the house to leave, and they stopped me, stopped the Uber I was getting in, took me to jail, and that would lead to me having to go back and get my stuff still.
Okay, and that was in July.
Right.
We hadn't talked about that today, have we? Okay, tell me about that. Did you get put in jail and have to bond out?
No, I got put in jail, and all right, they said I had a warrant in NOPD, which wasn't me, it was a different person. They said I violated a stairway order. My parole officer cleared that up because she said I paroled there. And as far as the other charges, they just released me. I didn't have to bond out or anything. They released me.
Did you have to go back to court or anything on them?
No, sir.
And that was in July.
Yes, sir.
Why did the police come over there?
Because I came to get my stuff. And like always, she play games like she want me there, like she don't want me to leave. And once I come there and spend all my money helping her do whatever she need to do, soon as the money gone, it's time for you to go. So once I was trying to get my stuff together and go, she made a scene, basically. She made a scene. Just so I could leave, like I could hurry up and leave without getting my stuff. Basically threatened to call the police, let my PO know.
Isn't that the same day she tried to hit you with the car?
Yeah.
But then you go back over there and say, you're not my son.
The only reason why I'm going back and forward is because of the child, the love and the affection I have for the child. Like I'm willing to look past everything for the child. That's why I was at with it. But now I'm at the point where this is the second or third time you done this to me, so I can't keep being stupid and going back. I can't keep doing the same thing and you keep putting me in a situation that I'm in now. So honestly, I'm done with that situation. That was my whole purpose for moving on and getting a new girlfriend.
If you're released, do you plan to go back? Have you got?
No, sir. No, sir. No, sir. Not at all.
This case needs to go to court. This case, we are not judges, we're not jury today. And this case definitely needs to be in court and decided and get back to us from there. When is your court date on this charge?
Yeah, December 8th, I think they said.
Okay, well, I'm gonna make a motion that we continue this hearing until after the court date.
I agree.
Okay, we got a motion.
A second.
I don't know if it needs a motion or just a vote.
Just a vote, probably.
Just a vote. Okay, we have 2 votes and I concur. We feel like we need to get a little more information and see, we want your court date to come and go because this is too complicated.
Yeah, for us to figure out.
Too volatile. This is a volatile situation and we don't want to be responsible for releasing you into a situation that causes someone to get hurt, either you or her. So therefore, as of 11:54 in the morning, your case has been continued. And we want to hear what happens in court on these cases. And that does not mean to say that if you are found innocent, there may be some information and evidence that comes up. And so a finding of innocent or drop charges does not mean this matter is resolved. Just means that we want to get that behind us before we make our determination. So as of around 11:55, your case is continued into the hearing. All right, we're gonna continue our hearings. It's 1 minute after noon on the 18th day of November. We're in Baton Rouge. We're continuing a hearing at Jefferson Parish. And the staff there has identified themselves, and thank you for hosting us. And we're talking to Mr. Mark Johnson. Is that you, Mr. Johnson?
Yes, sir.
Would you tell us your full name and your DOC number?
Mark Johnson, 126441.
Okay, and do you have, this is a revocation hearing, so you should have signed the form and it should be in front of you. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you did sign that form and discusses your rights? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Good. Well, your case has been assigned to Mr. Pete Freeman. Mr. Freeman will be, he's on my right, and he's going to be asking you questions and talking to you about this particular case. And so, Mr. Freeman.
Okay, Mr. Johnson, I'm going to read through the violations, and you can enter a plea of guilty or not guilty, and we'll discuss it as we go, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, so the first one is I will not engage in any criminal activity, nor will I associate with people who are known to be involved in criminal activity. I will avoid bars and casinos. I will refrain from illegal use of drugs or alcohol. The subject was arrested by the DEA task force on 3/28/24 and booked into JPC with possession with intent to distribute methamphetamine, possession with intent to distribute cocaine, possession with intent to distribute heroin, possession with intent to distribute oxycodone, possession of Schedule II, felon carrying an illegal weapon, possession with intent to distribute Schedule V, felon possession of legend drug without prescription. Okay, so how do you plead to that charge?
Not guilty, sir.
Okay, tell me why you're not guilty.
But these officers have clearly lied about this whole investigation. They lied to the commissioner judge to get 2 signed warrants for probable cause. One for my vehicle and one for Jennifer apartments. These officers have lied about my cell phone being activated 9/9/2023 when I came home from prison. When this phone was purchased when this phone was purchased in my name, turned on by Boost Mobile, the same date I was released, 9/27/2023. These officers have clearly lied about me since being released from prison. Mr. Johnson have not provided the address where he resides. I have not been involved in any criminal activity since being released from prison 9/27/2023. Due to my past criminal history, I feel that I was targeted by these officers. That's the reason why I'm still fighting these pending charges for the past 20 months to prove my innocence. I have complied with all my monthly fees from probation and parole, and I also have 2 house visits from my parole officer, Mr. Tide, since being released from prison 9/27/2023 up until March 28, 2024.
Okay. You wrote that out. So you out 6 months when you were arrested, correct?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, you admitted to buying the oxy for your girlfriend, correct?
No, for me.
So you bought it for yourself, okay?
Yes, sir.
All the drugs in your vehicle, you claiming none of them were yours?
No, I didn't have no drugs in my vehicle. No drugs.
Claims tons drugs found in his vehicle, which DEA saw him get in. There was drugs in the vehicle you got in.
That's what they say. I got in there. They had no when I got in there.
Okay. Claims no weapon, but your ID was with the weapon.
My ID was in my wallet.
Explain that one to me, brother.
No, my ID was in my wallet. My driving license was in my wallet, and the rest of my ID was in my black travel bag in Jennifer's house.
And the gun was in the black travel bag?
No.
Where was the gun?
They said the gun was in a safe.
With one of your ID?
No.
Did you have a gun?
Huh?
Do you have a gun?
No, sir. No, sir.
Okay. Did you know how to open that safe?
No, sir. They lied about that, about the key.
All right, let's see. Number 5, I shall not have in my possession or control any forms of dangerous weapon. Subject was arrested on 3/28/24 and charged with felon carrying an illegal weapon. Johnson pled not guilty. Okay, so it says that you stated the weapon was for your girlfriend's father?
Yes, sir.
Passed away?
Yes, sir.
And they point out, said Johnson's identification was found with the weapon.
No. My social security
Johnson
card.
stated he placed his identification with the weapon.
No. My identification was in my wallet.
Okay. All right, and I'm gonna read the rest of it. Agent Wainback read from the offense report under item C185, whatever, 592-24. While in the bedroom, a small locked safe was located. Johnson gave officers instructions on how to unlock the safe. Inside the safe was located a social security card with your name on it, a Canic 9mm semi-automatic pistol with 2 magazines, 33 Mike 9mm caliber cartridges, 1 North American Arms 22 caliber cartridges, and 4 22 long cartridges. So you saying you didn't open that safe?
No, sir.
Okay, I have no further questions.
I don't have any questions.
I don't have any either. When does he go to court?
I don't care. Well, I'm not sure, but it's
sometime in
it's been
January.
20 months, yeah.
January 15th.
January 15th.
Yes, sir.
Okay, you ready to vote?
I'm ready to vote.
Yes, sir.
I find you in violation of condition number 4 and number 5. I think all the evidence points towards your guilt. And my vote today is to revoke.
Okay.
I concur with Mr. Freeman.
And likewise, I concur. I think there's a preponderance of the evidence because of the police reports and all the numerous officers that are writing things, saying one thing and you're saying something completely different. So we feel like there's a preponderance of evidence that you have violated your parole.
Condition number 4 and 5.
Condition 4 and 5. So as of today at 12:08, on November the 18th, your parole has been revoked. Good afternoon. The time is 12:10. The date is November the 18th of 2025. We're in Baton Rouge right here. We've been conducting hearings all day long, and we'll continue after this. This isn't our last one. The board today, it consists of myself, Steve Prater. To my left is Chuck Tillis. To my right is Pete Freeman. We're going to be handling the case now in, let's see, St. Tammany Parish Jail. And we're talking to Mr. Danny E. Gray, Gray. Is that correct, Mr. Gray?
Yes, sir. Yes,
Okay,
sir.
is there anybody in the room there from St. Tammany?
Corporal Christopher Ells.
Okay, thank you, Corporal. Appreciate it. Appreciate you hosting us today. Mr. Gray, do you have, this is a revocation hearing for you, so you would have signed a form that would have said something to do with your rights on this revocation hearing and all of that. Do you recall that?
Yes, sir. Right here, sir.
You got it right there. Good,
Yes,
good
sir.
work. Tell me what your name and your DOC number is.
My name is Danny Gray, 128481.
Okay, and you're there being held because of a violation, a supposed violation, and we want to hear what you got to say about it, of what we call violation of condition number 4, which means you'll stay away from any kind of criminal conduct and that sort of thing, and no drugs, no illegal alcohol, nothing like that. Okay, and you understand that. Okay, it says on May the 31st of 2024, you were charged with Schedule 2, 2 times. That's cocaine. Schedule 1, marijuana 1 time, and paraphernalia 1 time. And you pled guilty to that. Is that correct? Have I got that right?
Well, not really. I didn't plead guilty to it, sir. No.
Okay, tell me what you pled to that in court.
Well, my lawyer, he came up. My wife had did a affidavit where she was saying that she was the user of that, you know what I'm saying? And my lawyer come up with it was a plea agreement, but they said they changed that to an agreement that said, Gray, if you do this here, you'll go home today. You know what I'm saying? I had been there 18 months during that time, sir. And I said, okay, but I was going to trial with it because I had the affidavit and I know I didn't have it. I know I didn't do it. I stay away from trouble. I've been out here in them streets now about 5, 6 years. I stayed up in Angola all them years, didn't get in no trouble. I do not get in trouble, and I do not do drugs. I do not drink. I don't drink and none of that, you know what I'm saying? I stay away from people with that kind of trouble, sir. I don't, and that's why I told my wife, I said, well, we know we're gonna go to trial with it. I said, cause something funny going on here, you know what I'm saying? But she kept telling me, babe, let me take the charge. I said, no, for what? But you're gonna take a charge for something that I didn't do. And when I seen that on that paper, I told that lawyer, my lawyer, I say, that don't make sense. Make that make sense to me. I say, it's 10 on that paper where I'm saying that's mine, that's mine. I mean, you know it's not. Why should I do that? You know what I'm saying? And he said, well, ain't nobody gonna see that. You know, that was the whole deal. I should have known better though. But I put my trust in the people that I guess I shouldn't have, you know?
Yeah, sure. Evidently, were there drugs found in your house?
They said, yes, sir. They said the officer said he's found a small piece of rock in the room, my room and my booth, and a bag that was cut off with some residue in it too. He said that. But when they told me that, I knew for a fact. I didn't know that until after I got to jail and I found out what the charges was. But when he said that, I say something wrong here. I know better. And if my wife wouldn't have come up and told me, I still wouldn't know no better. But she told me. I told her, I said, because she know I am about my parole. She has a from her doctor where she can get marijuana and smoke it for something, I don't know what, for anxiety or something, but I don't let her smoke that around me. I tell her, don't come around me with that stuff. You know what I'm saying? That stuff get in my system.
Yes, go ahead.
Let me ask you a question. So have you used drugs since you've been out?
No, sir. I use no drug. I don't
All
drink,
right.
I don't
So
do drugs.
wait, let me finish. As agents surrounded the home, myself and Agent Urge approached the front door, and after agents knocked multiple times, the subject answered the door, identified myself as probation pro, explained I was seeing him to assist another agent. Subject immediately allowed agents into the home, and I drug screened him, which resulted in positive results for cocaine. The subject denied cocaine use. He was relocated to the living room where he was seated while P&P searched the rest of the house. And marijuana was observed in plain view on the nightstand next to the bed, and Slidell PD was requesting assist with further searching of the residence. The search resulted in the finding of small pieces of suspected crack cocaine, which was also field tested. In addition, a jar of suspected marijuana was found, $1,100, multiple size plastic bags. So you're saying none of that's true?
That's true, sir. This is what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, when he tested me for with the piss test, and I went there and peed that, when he said cocaine, I knew instantly right then, sir. I'm not here to tell you no lie. I don't do drugs. I don't drink. None of that. I knew when he said, I said, let me see that. And I looked at the test myself. And I said, where the line at, Mr. Steve? He said, it's right there, the same one, but I don't see it. I said, I don't see it. And he left that test right there at my house. I thought he would have took that with him if it was positive. Because I told my wife said, babe, I see the cup. I seen the cup here. I said, yeah, I know. I do not do drugs, sir. I do not do drugs. I do not hang with. Huh?
Sell them?
No, sir.
So you just
I went to jail. I sold
$1,100 cash in your house?
The money in my drawer, that's the money from my, I told her off, I said, that's my rent money right there in the drawer. Just like the money right there in the envelope for my light and my gas money. He sees all that right there.
All right. I just
They would have took that money if they knew it was drugs. I don't give no drugs.
Drugs. Okay. That's all the questions I had. I'm sorry I interrupted.
That's okay. Does your wife wear size 13 work boot?
No, sir. She don't. That's my boot.
And why was cocaine in a bag of cocaine in that work boot?
That's what the police said. And I asked, I don't know. My lady told him, she said, well, if it is in there, baby, it's because I done put it in there. I would not lie to you. I do not do drugs, period. I do not drink, none of that.
Does your wife do drugs?
Sir?
Does your wife do drugs?
Yes, sir. She said, she admitted that.
Well, what are you doing staying with her when you got a lifetime parole and you know what she's doing?
I knew she had weed. I never knew. I knew about the weed because I knew about she had the doctor thing for the weed. But sir, I never knew my wife did no drugs. She told me, when she told me, she told me, I didn't know until she came up in court and said that and told my lawyer that, babe, she had an affidavit say, I'm taking the charge for that because that's mine. I'm not gonna let that man throw it away for the rest of his life for something that I did. I never knew she did it. I never knew she did it. I knew she smoked weed and I didn't let her smoke it around me. And she'll tell you the same thing. And I have no reason to lie on her. I've been out there in that world all this time and I ain't get it. Check my record. I don't get in trouble. I don't even hang around guys. I don't hang around guys like I used to that get into trouble. I don't hang around them kind of people. I stay to myself, sir. I work and I fish and I stay home.
How much time did you do when you were incarcerated? How much time did you do incarcerated?
In Angola, I did like 20 years.
And how long were you out on parole?
I've been out about 5 years.
And you didn't have any problems? You didn't commit any crime?
No, sir.
I
didn't drink when I was in Angola. I didn't do nothing. Only thing I did out here in this world was smoke cigarettes. And I done had 2 heart attacks and I done quit that. I don't even smoke no more.
Okay. All right. I have no more questions.
Pete, you got any questions?
No.
This is a hard one to vote on because I don't want the state of Louisiana to have to, I don't want the state of Louisiana to have to raise you for the rest of your life, which is what you're looking at. But yet I'm convinced there's a preponderance of credible evidence that you use and distribute cocaine.
No, sir, I didn't.
And I I'm certain, well, you pled guilty to the charges. And it was found in your piss test, and it was found in your house. And you're not arguing any of those 3 points except the test. You're saying the test was not accurate. But the other things, it's indisputable evidence that you were around the cocaine and it was in your boot and in your house, and you pled guilty to it in court.
I didn't.
So
I didn't
how do we
plead
get
guilty
around
to it.
that?
I didn't plead guilty to it, sir. That was an agreement that the judge, I mean the lawyer, my lawyer, and the assistant DA came up with. And when I like I said, when I looked at it, I told him, I said, why would I sign that? Make it make sense to me, because why would I say I did something when I didn't? And I knew I shouldn't have signed that thing, and I knew it, and I know it now. And they came into this jail. That my lawyer, my public defender, and the lawyer that's over him, they came here, sir, and they talked to me about this. They said they had got it straight. They say they redid the agreement where it wasn't where I didn't plead to it, and they said that everything was straight on it. You know what I'm saying? They came here and talked to me right there in the room right there and told me that. That's why I say I never believe them again. Only thing I did is believe that somebody who I was supposed to believe in looked like they just led me astray. I'm not saying that back in the days I didn't do this, but since I've been out, when I was in prison, I worked for the warden. I worked at the front gate where they had the guns on their side, so I didn't get in no trouble, sir. I don't get in no, when I came home, I ain't got in no trouble.
That piece of paper that you signed said that your sentence was deferred. Your 2-year sentence was deferred, correct?
Deferred.
Deferred. In other words, if you don't get in
No
trouble.
problems. Yes, sir. No problems.
But you're guilty of that, but they're gonna put off your sentence to see if you can go 2 years, right?
As if I get into trouble. See, that's what they told me. See, if you're getting into trouble, if I getting into trouble for 2 years.
All right, it's
man, sir, I am. On everything I love and everything, I am innocent of this here. I am did nothing. I was fooled into signing this here. That's what it was. They supposed to have changed the agreement. I've been back to court for this. They supposed to change that. They ain't did nothing. They didn't fool me again. I've been fooled again behind it, because they said they was going to change it from a plea agreement to agreement. I went back to court for that on the 6th. I went back to court on that, and they did something, and they said they was going to send it to the parole officer and then everybody, but I don't know what's going on here. I'm getting messed around here.
I'm gonna ask for an executive session so we can talk about something in just a minute.
All right.
Have a motion for that?
I vote for an executive session.
I second.
Got a motion and a second. No objections to an executive session. It's 12:24. We're gonna go off air for about 2 minutes. We'll be right back, and we're gonna take a vote and make our decision known. We're gonna be talking about some procedural matters right now. So it's 12:24. We're in executive session.
Man, them people done screwed me around, bro.
Second to come, okay, can we have a motion to come back into regular session?
I move to get back
Got a
into session.
motion and a second, and since there's no objections, we're back into regular session. The time is 12:27 in the afternoon, still 11:18 of 2025. Okay, we're still handling the case of Mr. Danny Gray, and I think it's time to vote, and this is mine. And Mr. Gray, there's too many, I know it don't sound right, but there's too many unanswered questions here. And because of the things that I've said, my vote is that your parole be revoked. Mr. Tillis?
I concur, Mr. Prater.
I concur. There's just too much smoke here. And if you know,
Can I ask y'all one more thing, sir?
Most of the time is 12:28. I'm sorry to say, but your parole has been revoked, and we asked
for
you
violating condition number 4 and number 4.
violate condition number 4, and we hope that you do well.
Oh, I will, sir. I will, sir.
Yep. Well, worship it on.
Good afternoon. I assume that you are Mr. Michael Redd, is that correct? Okay, as soon as you get your turned on. Mr. Michael Redd?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you're at CALCASIEU Correctional Center, correct?
Yes, sir, I am.
Would the staff there please introduce yourselves?
Billy Johnson.
Are y'all hearing
I
that?
can't hear him.
I can hear you. I can hear you, but it's garbled really bad.
Oh, yeah, there's a big echo in here, Deputy Christopher Johnson.
I got what?
It's just gonna be the room?
Move to another room.
You're gonna have to move to another room or something. We can't. Can you talk to us just a minute, Mr. Redd? Just say, where were you born?
I was born in Lake Charles, Louisiana.
Can you hear it okay? Can you hear okay?
I understood him.
Okay, Mr. Redd, we may stop this thing in the middle and move you somewhere because it's hard to hear. But if we understand what you're saying, then we will continue with the hearing. Your name is Michael Redd. What is your DLC number?
759622.
Okay, and do you have a form in front of you that says certain things about this revocation hearing?
Yes, sir.
And did you sign that form?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay, all right. Well, your case has been assigned to Mr. Tillis, and he's going to take it from here and talk about the revocation, the violations or conditions that you're accused of violating. So, Mr. Tillis?
Mr. Redd, how are you?
I'm good, how are you?
You have some conditions that I think it's 5 conditions that you violated. We're gonna go over them and you can plead guilty, not guilty, or guilty or not guilty with a statement.
Yes, sir.
Rule number 2, it is alleged that the parolee has failed to report to his supervising officer since 4/2/2025. Is that true?
Yes, sir. I had lost my job. I had my phone stolen, and I didn't have no way to report to the Leesville office. I was all the way in Sulphur, Louisiana.
So you plead guilty?
Yes, sir.
Okay, rule number 3, it is alleged that the parolee failed to reside at the residence of 234 Young Road, Quincy, Louisiana, 70663, and failed to report any new address or whereabouts until his arrest on 9/15/2025 by the Sulphur Police Department. You plead guilty or not guilty?
No, sir. I had called Miss Nicole Burns, and I had told her that I was moving to Motel 6 with an incident requiring my grandfather shooting at me. He had shot into the yard. Boulevard Sheriff's Department was called to the scene. They helped me move all of my stuff. And when I got into that altercation with my grandfather, I had called Miss Nicole Burns that day and told her that I was moving to Motel 6 and told her that BPSO had been called. And
y'all understand him?
I don't understand him enough to where.
He said his grandfather shot at him.
Yeah, his grandfather shot at him, and then that's why he moved to Motel 6. Okay, but we can move, y'all can understand him, it's not.
I mean, I'm hearing it and,
If the next one's gonna be in the same room, that's,
they got 2 different ones. We'll try the next one.
yeah, let's, is that okay with y'all board?
Yeah, let's try another room.
Okay, well, this is what we're gonna do for the staff there. This is not acceptable. We can't understand. There's too much echo going on in there. Would y'all try another room?
oh, yes.
We'll continue this. The time is 12:40. We're gonna continue your hearing because we're not doing you justice if we can't hear your explanations good, Mr. Red. And we want to hear that. So we'll work with the staff because we have 2 hearings there. So as of 12:40 right now, we're gonna go off the air. We'll be right back when we get a good room to listen to. So let's try this now. We'll continue the hearing. The time is 12:44. It's been 4 minutes and nothing has transpired as far as your hearing goes. So talk to us. Tell me your name again.
Michael Chase Red.
Ain't the room.
Yeah.
Let's see if we can check that out.
Okay, let's see if we can hear. Now I'll turn it back over to you.
Okay, Mr. Red, you pled not guilty to violation number 3. Violation number 8, it is alleged that the parolee has failed to report supervising office making drug screens impossible. How do you plead, guilty or not guilty?
No, sir. Before I had lost my way of travel, my vehicle and stuff, I had went, and every time that I had went and reported, I had took up drug screening. So after I had lost my way of travel to get to the office, that is when I was no longer able to report to give drug screenings.
Okay, are you still using drugs?
No, sir.
Why did your grandfather shoot at you?
We had an altercation the night before over the phone. I was living at the residence and I was with my wife. She's from Oklahoma, and we have a newborn baby. He was just born September 22nd. And some things had transpired, and the next day I went over there to speak with my grandmother, which is my blood relative. He is my step grandpa. And when he came off the steps in an aggressive manner. So when I had stepped back and I told him just stay right there, no, don't come any closer, he pulled out the gun, he racked one in the head and he aimed the gun. When he aimed the gun, my baby mother stepped in front of the gun. And then my grandmother pulled his arm and said, no, she's pregnant, don't do that. And so he kept cussing and screaming and hollering, telling me how I'm just a dope head and all that. And at that time, sir, I wasn't doing no drugs. I had been reporting, I had been doing everything that I was supposed to do.
Okay. It is alleged that the parolee moved from the listed resident, which is 234 Youngs Road, DeQuincy, making home visits impossible. So you moved from that's your grandfather's residence?
Yes, sir. And then I had moved to Motel 6 from there. BPSO had helped me get all of my stuff. And they had helped me load it into my car and stuff.
Okay.
And then I had left and advised Miss Nicole Kearns about me moving.
Rule number 10. It is alleged that the parolee owes $315 in the arrear. How do you plead to that?
Yes, sir. After I had lost my job and like I said, lost my place to live and everything, living in Motel 6, I was no longer able to pay.
Okay. So you're not working? You don't have any work?
No, sir. I didn't have no work at the time. I had became homeless again. I had lost the room at Motel 6. I had lost my car. Somebody had stole my phone. And then when I became homeless again, I did fall back into around the wrong crowds. But that was only because I didn't have nowhere to go or have nowhere to sleep. And I didn't have nobody to provide for me at that time. So I was trying to do everything I could just to survive.
And you don't have a place to stay?
No, sir. I was going to go to 3020 Legion Street in Lake Charles to the Salvation Army. They said that they give me 30 days to stay there. And if I get a job, then they put an extension for another 30 days to 2 months. But my wife with my newborn baby lives in Oklahoma. And she does have a residence in Oklahoma.
Okay. Are there any questions?
Yeah, I do. Okay, who's your ex-girlfriend?
That was Olivia at the time. That was when I was homeless and had lost which is my baby mother.
I just want to ask you this. Why would she say that you were at Motel 6 waiting on some drugs?
I don't know. That's just what she thought I was doing at the time. She thought when I was still working at Motel 6, she thought that I was trying to do drugs or use drugs, but at that time I wasn't using any drugs. She just was going off her own understanding of my past, and she even told me that when she got mad that she had told my parole officer a bunch of stuff that she didn't really mean and stuff like that.
Okay. I have no further questions.
I don't have any questions.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, we can have a vote, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
I'm gonna go on and vote first instead of, Mr. Tillis, my vote's gonna be that I am gonna, in lieu of revocation, I'm gonna send you to work release. You go earn some money.
Yes, sir.
Okay? Don't spend it on commissary. When they get you in a job, put your money in the bank. All right? So that is gonna be my vote today, in lieu of revocation, that you do 6 months in work release.
Yes, sir.
And I concur with Mr. Freeman.
And I concur also and strongly suggest that a lot of places with work release have AA and NA possibilities. You gotta get some help with your substance abuse problem. Okay, in addition to making some money, because I believe that's the root of your problem. So we wish you well. You're not gonna be revoked. In lieu of revocation, you're going to work release for 6 months. So we'll see how that works out. All right, the time is 12:51. That's the end of this hearing. And we're gonna see if we can do something better for the next hearing.
Yes, sir.
Staff, would y'all say about, I'd like to talk to the staff for just a minute. Would y'all say about doing something about a room that or a system, we can't hear you. We have one more hearing there, and we don't want to conduct the next hearing because they're very serious, as you know. Conduct the next hearing without us being able to understand. It's all garbled and echoey.
Yes, sir. I can get with our records department and see about having it scheduled to use one of our interview rooms. I know they have a television that uses the Zoom port as well. So we can definitely get on that and having it done on something other than this laptop in a separate room. Our interview rooms are a little bit solitary, but yes, sir, we can get it done.
Okay, what did she say?
Yeah, that's good. The acoustic there is bad, so let's try something else.
Okay, and this is the last hearing that we have is the next one. So please expedite whatever you can. And I understand it takes a little while, but let's see what we can do and we'll wait on you, okay?
Right.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Devontae, okay, let's try this room. Mr. Gloston? Would you talk to us and tell us what your name is and your DOC number?
My name is Devontae Gloston. My DOC number is 737-158, sir.
Okay, thank you. And staff, would you introduce yourself there at CALCASIEU?
Yes, sir. My name is Deputy Larry Miles.
Okay. Well, thank whoever got this straight, because we can hear you now and it's much better. We thank you that. Thank you for that. Okay, Mr. Gloston, do you have am I saying that right? Gloston? Gloston?
Yes,
okay.
sir.
What is your DOC number?
737-158, sir.
Okay. And did you have a waiver form in front of you somewhere, or have you seen the waiver where you waived, you acknowledged certain rights for this hearing, your revocation hearing?
Yes, sir. But I do not have the paper in front of me, but I do know what you're talking about.
Okay, good. Thank you. Thank you. Well, you're here. We have six different conditions that you're accused of violating, and we need to talk to you about those conditions. And so I'll be the one talking to you about them. And I understand you refused to participate in the hearing that you had. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
But you're going to participate in this hearing, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The first one is that you failed to report on certain days to your parole office. And is that true? I'll read some of the dates: 2/10, 5/6, 7/17, 7/21, 8/4, and 8/20, all in 2025. Did you refuse not show up for those dates?
Sir, it wasn't really a refusal, because some of the dates I did show up, but I showed up late. That's why I'm here. That's why I'm here now on my first warrant ever that my parole officer ever had to put a warrant out for me now, because I missed August. That one I did not contact in August.
Okay. All right. So some of those dates you showed up, but you were late, but some of them you didn't show up, correct? Is that what I'm hearing you say? Okay, we can hear you now. We're having trouble because you're frozen. I don't know if you can hear me. Okay. All right, we're going to try it now. My question to you was, some of these, can you? Okay, my question was, did you show up some of these days late, and did you not show up to some of the days?
I showed up to all of the days late except for August, when she had to put the warrant out for me. Except August, I did not show up at all, not even late.
How come you didn't show up in August?
I was fresh. I don't know if y'all was informed of it, but since I've been on the parole for 2 years, I only had one tech, a 3-day tech, and I seen her soon as I got out on that 3-day tech in July. I seen her in the office and a home visit for that month. So I didn't know whether I had a home visit or I had to go see her in the office in August, because I did both in July when I was released off a 3-day tech, the only tech I ever was given on parole in 2 years that I've been on parole.
Okay. Let's see. It said that you failed to provide proof of employment. That's condition number 6. Did you do that?
Yes, sir. I did. I did not have a job. I actually was in the process of filing for disabilities.
Okay. All right. So you're actually saying that happened. Number 9, they said they came by your place on 8/6 and 8/11 of 2025 to find you, and they couldn't find you. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Where were you?
I wasn't home. I can't lie to you and tell you where I was or where I wasn't because I don't remember those days, but I wasn't home. I was not home, sir.
Okay. And it says that you failed to complete your domestic violence training as the domestic prevention training that you were ordered to do. Is that correct or not? Did you do the domestic violence training?
No, sir. But from my understanding, my parole officer told me that the parole board acknowledged me that I complete the domestic violence class before I be released off probation and parole. So I didn't know, like, it was a certain time for me to start and finish because she acknowledged me that, and that's the same thing with my payments. They both must be completed. Those two things was my payments and the domestic violence class. She said those must be completed before I get off parole. So that was my understanding, sir.
I'm reading the notes here. Go ahead, Mr.
Okay.
Freeman.
I'm gonna ask you a question. When you were arrested, why did they also charge you with carrying a concealed weapon? What was that about?
When that was?
That was when they arrested you for the domestic abuse assault?
I have no pending charges and I have no charges as of today.
Yeah, I understand that. But
Yes,
when they
sir.
arrested you for the domestic violence, was there a gun involved?
No, sir. We had to. This wasn't a case that was dismissed or anything. This was a case that was actually beaten in court and thrown away. Period. Because they
So
had
you
to get an.
trial. Okay. Gotcha. Okay. I just wanted to know.
Wasn't mine. I never seen it. They said it was a lie, and a lawyer proved that it was all a lie. And my probation officer was informed and was there to know that.
Okay.
Okay, do you owe, let's talk about number 10. How do you owe $1,197?
Probation.
Yes.
Probation. Yes, sir, I do. And from my acknowledgement from my parole total, that has to be paid before I complete parole.
I don't think that it's like a bill that I think you got to pay monthly, don't you?
If now that you're saying it, yes, sir. That's from she come talk to me since I've been here these 60 days, and she did tell me that the first time she come see me, she told me that. Yes, sir.
Because you told them one time you weren't paying it because you ran out of envelopes, right?
That was at the beginning of my parole, like in 2024, 23. I've been on probation for like 2 years. Like the only reason I believe my parole officer, like, hadn't violated me all these previous times that you're hearing about and put warrants out for me or anything for those things, because she understood when I first came home, I had a child, and now my child is like 11 years old. So it was kind of hard for me. That's why I haven't had a job or anything, because I've been there for him. And the mother of the child, she's the one, going to school and stuff. So I've been there for the child. My probation officer and parole officer knows that. That's why I never had a warrant or anything text given to me or anything, because she knew my situation. Like this time, I really forced her hand in August because she couldn't report or she didn't hear from me. So I forced her hand in August to put a warrant out for me, actually, sir. If that answered your question, sir. I'm sorry if I spoke too much, too.
Okay, what about a drug screen? Did you did you refuse to take a drug screen one time?
Yes, sir, I did. Yes, sir, I did.
Why did you refuse that?
Because I've been on probation and parole. I'm sorry if this is my third time telling you, but I've been on probation and parole for 2 years, and I only failed one drug screen, and all the others I passed in 2 years. So that's 20 months, or however much months it is. I only failed one drug screen, and on that day, I refused because I had the arm bracelet on and everything. I come from the hospital. I was burning. I had chlamydia, sir. I couldn't pee. On that specific day that y'all got on there, because there's only 2 times that I failed or had a refuse. I only failed a drug test 1 time on parole. And the other one I had to refuse because I had chlamydia. She even laughed and made a joke about it. Me and my probation officer, Ms. Cooper, actually laughed and made a joke about me having chlamydia before I left. She knew that.
So you couldn't pee because you had this STI, this sex disease.
Yeah,
so you could just that one time.
Yes, sir. It should be on paper. Like since I've been on probation, I only failed one drug screen and I refused one. 2 years.
Let's do I'd like a motion for an executive session.
I move that we go into executive session.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to go into executive session. We're gonna talk about some procedural matters for just a minute. We'll be right back. The time is 1:10 in the afternoon.
God bless y'all.
Okay, it's 1:13 in the afternoon. All right, can we have a
I have a
motion?
motion to go back into regular session.
Second.
Motion and second to go back into regular session. And since there's no objections, we are now at 1:13 back into regular session with Mr. Gloston to talk about his revocation hearing. Okay, Mr. Gloston, Mr. Freeman, you have a question to ask?
Yeah, I'd like to know, why did you refuse, to have your preliminary hearing?
They're muted.
Hold on, maybe.
They're muted.
You're muted there, sir.
I had just come to jail and I was on suicide watch. I was going through so much because I thought I was just doing so good, like staying out of trouble. I was doing the best thing I could do, and that's stay out of trouble. Stay out of trouble. And when I come to jail, I felt like I went crazy. So I actually was on suicide watch. And it's in the jail, it's in their records. I was on suicide watch. So I didn't want to talk to anyone. I felt like I was going crazy.
Okay.
All right. Any questions?
Yeah, one more. I mean, you had an office visit, you went in on 2/21/25, and right there, she told you about the domestic violence again. And strongly instructed him to provide verification that he has enrolled in domestic intervention class for next month's office visit. So why didn't you go enroll in that class?
Miss Cooper's supposed to have the receipt for the one time I did. I think that's the month I did go in.
So you started going, but you didn't finish.
Yeah, I didn't finish at all. I couldn't. I tried, but I couldn't.
Tell me why you couldn't.
I couldn't because when I went there, and if Miss Cooper, if she's there with y'all, she can tell y'all, and we discussed it. She actually tried to help me find a new class because I didn't want any conflict. I went to her with the problem as I was supposed to do instead of handling it on my own. A guy that I was in there with before my sentence.
I got you. Yeah, that's better than going and get in trouble. You're right. Okay. I'll be ready to vote on the panel.
Okay, I'm ready to vote, and it's my case. So, my vote is that we, in lieu of revocation, that we send you to a DOC facility with a domestic violence program, and once you've completed that you be allowed back under supervision.
Yes, sir.
I concur with Mr. Prater, and upon release, I'm gonna add a special condition that you have a curfew from 9 to 6, okay?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. I concur with Mr. Prater.
Okay, all right. So you understand, because sometimes it sounds like you hear something and then you craft it the way that it's convenient for you. I've read your reports, and there's some you would be hard to supervise. You got to quit being hard to supervise. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir. I'm sorry. I apologize.
Do you agree with what I'm saying? Or are you saying it just goes?
No, I totally agree with you, sir, because it could have been worse. Y'all decision could have been differently, and I appreciate y'all, sir. I apologize. Because
you have a way of, I start saying, pissing somebody off, but you come up with excuses. I wrote down almost 2 pages of excuses that you gave, and I don't want to hear excuses if you ever come back before us. We want you to go to the DOC facility, take this domestic violence prevention training. Even though you were found innocent of those charges, we think there was some smoke there. So you got to take this class, then you get released, and you go on, and you better call, if you have to, set you an alarm and call every morning and talk to your parole officer. Okay?
Yes, sir.
If that's
Yes,
what
sir.
they want to do. Okay. Well, that's going to conclude this hearing then. And the time is 1:17 in the afternoon, and that concludes everything that this board's got today. So we're out of here. So it's 1:18.
All right.